All right, everybody. Hello, welcome to the quarterfinals OWC match starts. This is the first day and the first match of the weekend. And starting off, we have Norway versus Japan, which is some interesting match and some more matches to go. And commentating, starting off, we have Evrian here. Hey there, Evrian.
What's up, Force? How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. How about you?
I'm doing just as fine as well, and I'm very excited for today, actually. It's the first match, and already we have a very exciting matchup between two of the defending giants, Norway and Japan. Both teams have a long history going back, not really with each other, but they definitely have been in the community. Japan, of course, coming from 2014 as the champion. This year they're seeing a resurgence, and Norway always been that very strong contender for a good top 16 spot. And this year they've been having a pretty good run so far, especially after last weekend, where they had a very close encounter with Denmark, going straight to the tiebreaker, actually.
Oh man, yeah. This match is definitely going to be interesting to see what will happen, especially on a way harder pool. Compared to last week's. This is going to be really interesting to see how the teams will fare on a harder map pool.
Indeed,
and for anyone who missed it, I'm on GeForce. Because I just noticed I didn't say that. So for anyone who's unfamiliar with my voice, there we go.
Yeah, the sexy Austrian accent guy, that's OMG Force for you. He is also a part of the map holding team, responsible for bringing you guys this awesome map pool this round. For those guys who are unfamiliar with our map pool, do not worry, as we will be displaying the map pool on separate instances throughout the match to remind you guys what we have in store for you. But overall, what do you think of the teams that's entering the quarterfinals this weekend? Do you think how the team will adapt to this map pool before we go into the first match?
Yeah, so just looking at all the other teams which advanced and won, I think most of them were a bit expected. The Norway versus Denmark match is one of the matches I didn't really expect too much. I thought Denmark should have it. But it was so close that in this case it could have been either team. Japan, for some people, might be a huge surprise, but for people following community tournaments, they know how good Japan is, and that's gonna be scary. Otherwise, most matches I kind of expected. Taiwan, Korea, maybe for some people unexpected, and Canada versus Russia for some people maybe unexpected. I think that was one of the bigger upsets, the Canada versus Russia match. But this one, It's Norway who took over Denmark really closely, and then Japan, who pretty much crushed Germany and just crushed performances in general in group stage. It was really interesting.
Indeed, and as you can see on the screen, we do have the results in front of you, and the teams that were defeated last weekend, they are still in the tournament, not out just yet. They are playing in the losers bracket, as we are now displaying. So if you are a fan of those teams, do not worry, as your favorite players will get a second chance for the run.
Yeah, the only thing which I find a bit unfortunate, looking at the losers bracket, so many good teams already playing against each other in the first round. You see Netherlands versus Hong Kong, you hate to see it, but one team is going to have to advance. And things like Korea versus China is like, it's just sad to see. But that's just the way it goes sometimes, and this is the way it should be and has to be. Otherwise, we'll have this tournament on for an infinite environment. We can't have that.
Indeed. Of course, that's tournament for you. That's competitive scene. You always have to hope that your team will advance farther and farther. But even if they don't, still support them with all your best cheers. They will appreciate it. That's what it means to be a fan, after all. But before we go on any further, let's get to the match today. That's between Norway and Japan. As you can see here, Norway here on the red side, the left side, Japan on the right, the blue side. They have entered the the rooms. The teams have entered the room, and now they are, I believe, going to be getting into the first warm-up soon. And what do we have? This is always the most exciting part of the match, I'm telling you.
I love this map. I love this one. It's really cool and interesting to see when you have pretty much a song from Mario. I think it's Mario 64 in this case, and it's just decently well mapped and it's just fun.
Oh, it's very fun, I can tell you that right now. Oh my god. I love this song. like in the game, like I believe it's the racing track theme or whatever you call it.
Yeah. It's one of the themes where you race down something, I believe.
And the race down the slide, I think that's what they call it.
People are sliding, and it's called slide. You might be onto something, Adrian.
Oh, it's lots actually, as you can see, lots of 1/4 sliders. That could be interesting.
Yeah,
that could be a little bit to do with the name of the song. Just guessing.
Yeah, well, I think the general gist of this map is a bunch of streams and mapped in a space stream way. The beginning is pretty tame, like, it's not too difficult here. The spacing does pick up later on a little bit, but in the end this is just a worm, so it doesn't really matter who plays it, but just to get a general idea of the map.
Yeah, this is very fun, actually, to be honest. I'd love to play this. Then again, I'm stuck here casting, not in the room playing with the players. Feels bad, man.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you could pass this one, but that's why you're a commentator, not a player.
Oh, that's gonna leave a burn mark. Yeah, but as you can see on the screen, we actually have a couple of modded players here. For those who are unaware, we have the red mod taken by IsKevZ and Verbalian, that's Hard Rock, and the green mod is called Yeezy, which actually enlarges circle size and also makes the approach rate slower, so the objects are more denser on the screen. It's actually a very niche skill to have when you're talking about like high-level plays. Like, not many players can play on Easy, that's for sure. So it's not really easy per se. I believe you are an Easy player at some point, right, Force?
Yeah, well, I only play Easy when I'm bored or when I may be frustrated with a certain skill set. And I might be more frustrated than not, so I ended up being really good at Easy. With an unfortunate turn of events, but you know. Currently present, we have one of the best Easy players, I'd say, Chien here, if not the best. He just really likes reading and Easy mod in general, and you can definitely see that.
He does have a very loud title of being the champion above champions. For those who are not know what I'm talking about, go check out his profile. It should be on his profile page.
Yeah, that's a champions above champions title because of the Shotgun Symphony map, right? Because it's the first one to see.
Yeah, that's a ridiculous FC. It's also on YouTube, so go check it out, guys. If you're
but check it out after this match. Please don't leave the stream.
After this match, of course. Stay tuned. We're just about to get started. This is the first warm-up about to be done, and whether I believe Theo's coming in from Cebu and Varvalian. That's why you see their screen kind of like frozen in time. That's kind of like what it implies. So yeah. Bento actually being the only one on Japan's side to get an A, so I believe this is actually Norway's warm-up pick. Usually you tend to perform well on your own warm-up. And we're going in with, the Japan's pick, I believe, right now. That's going to be Tori no Uta. A very, very nostalgic song for many.
Oh, are they gonna DT this? That's cool.
Oh, actually, yeah, I think Delis is suggesting a DT right now. So double time on this song. Yeah, oh my god, that's actually very interesting. I can't wait to see this.
Yeah, met by... I think that's OK Origenki. I know a bunch of his maps. They might not be the best in terms of polish, of polish, but intense in terms of just the map being fun and what it incorporates. It's really, really cool. Like this one is just full of jump streams, and if it's a low BPM jump stream map in essence, and has some, I think it has some 1/6 burst. So there's a few faster bursts mixed into it. So if you double time that, those 12 bursts are gonna be really, really fast. But
I believe the players could be using this as a little bit of like a preparation for their later picks. So maybe if they thought, we're going with this, we get an early start and we can pick the double time if we do get the first pick.
Yeah, this one, it does have, I think, approach rate 9 or 8.8 or something along the lines of that. So it is going to be above approach rate 10 if you DT it, if you use the double time on it.
I believe 8.5 translates to AR10 already.
Yeah, 8.5 is 10, and
9 is 10.3.
9 is 10.3, and everything between is something between 10 and 10.3. But this map is, I think, definitely gonna be harder than any other double time picks in the pool. Might give something away in terms of how good you are at 10.3 maybe. But other than that, I think it's mostly just being picked because it's a pretty calm song, pretty enjoyable song, and a really enjoyable map.
Yeah, but double time throws all of those adjectives you just said out of the window.
Yeah, you're right. It makes any really calm and slow song into a hyper fast speed. Click the circles.
Yeah. Double time, after all, is one of the most popular mods in the community, I believe.
Yeah, but I think this is akin to the first one, where people are picking something slightly harder than, or maybe just a lot harder than what it is just present in the map pool, just because it's a fun song, or a fun map, or whatever.
Yeah, and we're going into the Japan's warm-up pick. It's AR 8.7 on double time. So it translates to around 10.12-ish.
It's like right in between, I feel like, 1.6 periodically or something along the lines.
And for those who are just wondering what are everyone and Force talking about with AR means the approach rate, how fast circles appear on the screen. As you can notice on screen, the circles appear a lot faster and disappear a lot quicker than you would. So AR10, for example, has a timing window, I believe, like 450 seconds? No, sorry, 450 milliseconds.
450 milliseconds? Yeah, that's 450 milliseconds.
So AR 10.1, let's say 10.1 here, so that would likely be 400 milliseconds. So you have like around that much time to react to and hit objects before they disappear and penalize you for it.
Pretty much every approach rate goes in steps of 150 milliseconds. So if you have approach rate 10, which is 450, and then you go up to approach rate 11, which I think is the fastest approach rate you have, that's gonna be up to 300 milliseconds until when it appears, and then between appearing and disappearing. So if you factor in the flat time of the human reaction time, which definitely is a bit under 300 milliseconds, but it started to get closer to it. You barely have any time to react and then aim and think about the rhythm. So in essence, that's pretty much where the human limit almost lies.
And then we do have the players in the community who just constantly update us where the human limit should be.
Yeah, and the difference between 10 and 11 is just really huge if you look at it in terms of how many milliseconds you have to react and stuff like that. While between 9 and 10, it doesn't feel like too much of a huge difference.
Yeah, you can definitely get accustomed to that, but every step after that will be a huge jump. So if you're playing double time and trying to train your way up the AR ladder, do not be frustrated. Just take your time and practice, and maybe one day you'll be surprising us with some really ridiculous high AR scores.
Yeah. Let's also talk about the other metadata stuff while we're in the warm-up. It's nothing too important to talk about. Enjoy the map in the background if you want to. You see the jump streams, where you have to have a little jump right between some streams in there. Some alternate-like patterns. But yeah, down below you also have the circle size, CS, and the OD, the overall difficulty. Circle size be defining on how big the circles are. The higher the circle size is, the smaller the circles get. It sounds a bit weird if you talk about it, because you like say the circles get smaller, but the number gets bigger. So some people might be inclined to say, well, the circle size is getting bigger. So what is it? It's getting smaller or bigger? Because if the number is getting bigger, it's smaller. But if it's getting bigger, the number is smaller. Sometimes it's confusing. Let's put it that way. If you talk about it.
Well, we are a very antinomial game in that sense. Then again, we aren't really the most creative in terms of, I guess, keeping things informative.
And then there's the overall difficulty, which defines on how precise and accurate you need to be to get a perfect score on a note, like how tight the hit window is. Yeah.
For the skill we're using for the OWC, by player and community request, we are omitting all 300. So if you see a note being pressed and nothing comes out of it, no 100, no 50, that means the note is being hit with a perfect precision. That's a 300 awarded to the player.
And that's pretty much it, I believe. I mean, there's also star rating, which should, in theory, give you the objective difficulty of a map, but in some edge cases, it's just not really true. In this case, I don't think it's a 5-on-3 star map. I think it's 5-on-3 with double time, so that's around 7. So this one's a really tough map, but the BPM I think should be correct with 180. Like, it's originally 120-ish.
Yes.
And you multiply the BPM, the speed of the song, by 1.5, and that's it. All right,
I know double time, but it's 1.5 times the speed.
Yeah.
What's going on?
It's not double the speed, but you know, we'll take it. We'll take it. All right. So now we've got the map right in front of us. People are rolling. They're going to decide which team is going to start with their bans and their picks. Jurasaka Komi going with a 59. That's a decent roll.
That's okay. That's above average. Oh, and Hunter unfortunately lands only 20 points with his roll. So that means Japan will be able to get the second pick and the second ban and the first pick.
Yeah. So Norway banning first. So there's a lot of different brackets you can ban from no mod, hidden, hard rock, double time, free mod, and not the tiebreaker, thankfully. They're gonna ban the second double time, so they're gonna ban the longest and the hardest double time, which is Senya. Well, you can see it flashing up on your screen.
Yeah, Seihate no Kotoba, I believe, is the name of the map and the song. Senya maps are, well, Senya songs are generally pretty long. If you like Toho, chances that you've heard or at least have downloaded a Senya map. So definitely, I mean, the players who know what Senya sounds like will be able to just say, "Yep, that's exactly what I would ban to," because that's long usually.
Yeah, it's mostly long, and in essence, it is mostly generic-ish. So there's nothing too spicy being thrown at you from the mapper or the map itself. No spicy rhythms or interesting concepts being understood by the mapper in different ways. It's very
and Japan is going to be banning Hidden Part 3. I feel for Mr. A1_Mighty in the chat who just suggested to pick Identity Part 3 instead. I guess he's going to be disappointed, but the players, I think, will have some other things in plan. And Japan will now pick Warasumi.
Identity Part 3 is a really straightforward, good ban against Norway. I think Norway is the team to look out for when it comes to the type of map the Identity Part 3 represents. And that is low approach rate. And having a low approach rate means that the circles just disappear way slower and you have a lot more circles at once on the screen. But that's the density you talked about earlier, where people get uncomfortable trying to follow all the circles perfectly and then still focusing on the rhythm and playing everything properly and aiming. It gets really tough when you're not used to it. And you saw GN playing easy, which increased the density by such a huge amount. It was disgusting. And he had no problems really there. And it's a straightforward bang. It's Norway. Norway is just so many good reading players.
Yeah.
But this is Warasumi map on hard rock. Ooh. All right.
Warasumi is it's being kind of like an old song now. I want to say it's kind of new, but then again, like we've been playing this game so long, we kind of have a skewed perception of things now. This one was mapped in 2015 and ranked in 2016, so it's about 2.5 years from now. In terms of its style, still it's very reminiscent of that era, and many players even nowadays still want to come back to this map set every once in a while just to get a sense of how things were like. It's very standard AR9 ODH before any mods are slapped onto it, but with Hard Rock, which is its mod selection, it's going to be AR and OD10 at the standard highest of each mod respectively.
Yeah, you can't get any higher than Approach to 10 and OD10 when it comes to only adjusting Hard Rock.
Yes.
And this one being, yes, you can see the stats down below, 159 BPM. So definitely on the lower side. But compensating for the lower speed, we do have a spicy map coming for you guys.
Indeed. Lots of very interesting patterns.
Yeah, this one's mostly about some rhythm parts. The beginning, for example, is a really tough rhythm part where if you assess this one, you're just really good in a tournament setting, but we don't see any assess.
Yeah, in fact, Sishu actually breaks there, if I were not mistaken.
Yeah, so I expected some 90% accuracies, but not outright drops to 85.
But it could be that he hasn't prepared yet, like you just caught him off guard. Yeah. I mean, this is the first map after all, so it's Hard Rock pick.
He's gonna at least catch up a little bit right now, because this is the essence of the map. You see these space nodes on 160 BPM, that's in essence the entire map. It continues like that for most of it.
Yeah, I kind of like it's the defining pattern flavor, and with the final node before the break, Cryptic and Bento both lost their combo. But that's going to be utilizing the point game from that drop, as we do have still 2 combos on Norway's side and 3 for Japan.
Yeah, the accuracy at least recovered from Shu. Norway just needs a few more combos. Japan is looking pretty decent.
Yeah, this map though is only 2 minutes, so we're already past the halfway point, and now any break could be costly for Norway. They have to I4 Japanese break, not breaking on their own. But as I was saying that, both Sishu and Cryptic finding another break on themselves. Oh, Adele is also broke, so that means Spanky and Revalian against Afro and Kev Z, so it's kind of tight now.
There's another rhythm part coming up.
Oh, but the break!
Oh my god, that's another break right before the rim part. The rim part is mostly should be free combo, I'd say, but not free accuracy.
Yeah, 200,000 points, now shrinking down to about 150.
It is definitely shrinking because there's 2 FCs against just 1 on the other side. But Aphrodite also missed. That's 1 FC against 1 FC. And that's gonna be it, I believe. The lead not getting closer than that.
Yeah, Benki lost his full combo at the very end, but that's not going to be matter because we're going to have the Japan taking the first point with about 103,000 points in lead.
Yeah, the only FC coming in from its KFC, there's a last minute slider break from Benki, still good enough of a score, and a rather late but still a pretty good score, a rather late slider break by Aphrodite.
Yeah.
In general, it did work out for Japan, but it was really close.
Indeed, I think it's closer than it should have because I believe Dulles and Revaliant were eyeing for a higher combo, if not a full combo. I think they just were gotten a little bit nervous by the end. But definitely KFC, strong show from him, and Aphrodite also just had one unfortunate slider break.
I think this is definitely doable by Norway. In terms of what Norway's gonna react with what pick, I think Norway might perhaps even go for the free mods because those are more reading based and they can go up for the safer choice of going mostly no more than hidden, while Japan might opt to go for some more hardware than those. But
yeah, Norway has a lot of really strong reading players like you mentioned, so I believe they will try to capitalize on that advantage.
Yeah, but Japan is not really a team where you know a lot about it if you haven't looked at community tournaments. So the only, or most of the information people can go from is last week's performance by Japan, where they actually performed, I think, the second best in terms of how many percentage people FC'd compared to non-FCs, and they were pretty much up there with the USA. That was one of the best performances in last round. But Japan is gonna have to step up because I think that percentage of FCing is not going to stay at that high of a percentage because maps are getting harder, players are not getting as better as fast as the maps get harder, let's put it that way.
We do see in chat some Japanese fans coming in to voice their support. So yeah, it's kind of interesting when respective countries coming up for their match and their fans will pop up with their own language in the chat, and you feel the multiculturalism we have in the community right there. So definitely, lots of Japanese voices there. Do get some Norwegian fans in the chat as well, please. I'd like to see some Norwegian voices as well for this match.
Yeah, personally, I feel like Japan is definitely favored here just because of the players they have and the sheer amount of what kind of performance they just put up in last week. They're gonna opt for Welcome to the Jungle, a map by PC. He's not playing here, I think, but he's a really cool mapper.
Yeah, I don't think so. He's also a good player, good mapper and player.
Yeah, definitely. This one is one of the spicier maps in the pool. It's Chameleon Introduction, Entrance of the Jungle. This one is a pretty straightforward technical pick. So if you know technical maps, this in essence incorporates that. Technical maps having mostly a lot of kind of speed changes or featuring a lot of sliders, which do have varying speeds. This one focuses more on the circle size of it, where you have a lot of jump streams in there.
Can you get some AO in chat, please? All right, so here we go.
Yeah, this map I think is like split into 2 parts. Well, you have the pretty easy intro, and then you start with these stream jumps, which should be straightforward. That's one really tough part where you have to build up combo. Then there's another short little free part, and then there's I think the hardest part of the map where things get upped a little notch even further.
Yeah, the intensity kind of builds up like starting now. We do have the jump sliders clicking in. And here we go to the slider section. Lots of spacing coming in. Nobody breaking just yet. But I believe we're not going to see that continue on for much longer, as we do see right now G and Shirasaka both breaking at the same time.
Yeah, there's a little space after all of these like rather spaced 4 nodes in a row to the slider. That is a really tough pattern, and sometimes you just miss snap on them.
Yeah, some players do find themselves a little bit tripped up on those patterns, and we do see that. Ooh,
so many people missing on this part.
Yeah, unexpected actually. That was supposed to be the easier, calmer section.
Yeah, no, because this is the part where you miss.
Yeah, this is the part.
Sliders.
And we said Norway capitalizing on that break, having two combos still, they're gonna just take over the field. Vento still holding on for Japan, but himself is not doing enough. He needs his teammates right now. Yokespie absolutely holding on like a boss.
Oh, Shu also missing now. That's only a 1FC against 1FC, but Jien is out here with his 400 combo, and I think that's enough to combo against the lead.
Definitely, and now Japan is gonna need to come back next.
The hard part is over. Notice the hard part is over, but there's a rhythm part up, so I think most people will maybe get hundreds, but that's about it.
Yeah. The rhythm part isn't anything too hard for the players. It's basically just a matter of, have you played this map at least once before to know this is coming up? Otherwise, you won't be thrown off by it. We do see, however, that this point, Norway's pick goes to this Norwegian team as well. Wow, actually a very convincing victory if you want to just look at that. Vento does break near the end, but I believe Yokespie held his full combo. 500s only. Very impressive. Oh, that went by very fast, but also it was very tightly action-packed section of a map.
That is pretty much how it's expected. A little bit. Actually, never mind. Let me retract that. It was a bit unexpected to see, I think, 3 or 4 people missing in that middle part. I expected people to just chill for a moment and then get ready for the hard part, but maybe people just didn't pay too much attention. Like maybe I can see 1 or 2 people missing if they're so nervous and just not concentrated. But man. In essence, the pick played out as I think it would have. Norway, I think, has the more reading/technical players, while Japan is probably gonna be more mod focused and just raw mechanically focused. And this one represents, I think, in essence, what Japan wants to go for. It's the Higurashi map, Higurashi no Naku Koroni, 4 minutes, hard rock, small circles.
The full version of the opening song.
Yeah, it's a full version.
Yeah, a very eerie and also creepy song, but it does have its moments when you play it. Kind of just like want to appreciate the patterns that the mapper Okoling threw into it. Okoling is a very talented mapper, very creative, and he maps the songs from the anime he likes, and so we do have him just really throwing his passion into every map he creates. Especially a certain map from a certain hentai. What? No, sorry, what? All right, so here we go into the to the Hard Rocks map.
So going back to the match, we do have the map starting. Oh man, okay. Yeah, this one is 4 minutes of pretty generic patterns, so it's not too spicy when it comes to reading and aiming this one. It's pretty much just difficult. It's difficult and long. All right. And it's all about the consistency here.
Indeed, like the way the objects are placed themselves aren't that difficult of this world, but you have to look at the map holistically. Like as a map entirely, when you have to hit all of them in succession and to really make the Hard Rock mod shine here, that's not going to be an easy task because this is a map that demands you to break with one slight misconcentration.
Yeah, if you take any like short snippet and cut it off a pattern for like 10 seconds, you can show it to a lot of non-OWC players, and they say, yeah, I can play this, I can see that part easily, and you can do that for every single part of this map. But when you put them all together and you say, can you still see this in a one try in a tournament setting, the answers are gonna tend towards no.
Yeah, we do see 2 players already on the Norwegian side breaking since the beginning. They have been recovering though, but that early break will cost them the early lead, and now Japan can sit back and enjoy the lead as they do ride on that little bit of combo advantage.
Yeah,
I believe the accuracy also wins on Japanese side as well. Slightly. No, A Blue is a little bit weaker, I think. But overall, I think the 2 teams are fairly even on the accuracy front.
Yeah, this map is, I think, really balanced in terms of when the difficult parts are. There's no place where you cannot miss. Like people will definitely, it will maybe look like random misses all over again for our viewers, but in essence, everything is pretty much as hard as almost the hardest part. There's just miss potential everywhere.
Yeah, we see the Vento and Angel Arrow actually both breaking before that section. And however, right as when Norway is about to overtake, they have 2 breaks happening on their side as well.
Oh, that's a miss by A Blue. So in
Yeah.
essence, that's 1 SC and then almost a
Oh,
zero.
he just broke actually.
1.
So yeah, Vivalion versus Kev Z, and now it's basically down to which one of these 2 breaks next. But as like we have predicted in the beginning, we are seeing more breaks than what we are like expected to see coming into this map. It's an easy map by patterns, but put together, like we said, yeah, it's not easy at all.
It's very aim focused, a few bursts here and there. I think this is right up Shu's alley, for example. Shu being one of the old, really good hard rock aim players. So that's a really important member to have on your team for Norway right now.
Yeah, and they are going to take the midsection lead now, fairly convincingly actually, with both KFZ and now Sishu almost.
Well, convincingly, but it's 70,000 points in difference. If Shu or KFZ misses,
yeah, you're right.
Back for Japan.
Yeah, but Japan has to eye for that miss though. They have to get one more miss from one of these players. Otherwise, it's not going to be happening for that Japanese comeback.
Yeah, Vento and Hunter both missed right there. Still, the lead is increasing for Norway, mostly because of the 2 high combos you have.
1/4 of the map remaining, and there's the break from KFZ, but still Sishu already up there and ready to protect the lead. He is going to be able to fend off the Vivalion for just a little bit longer, but he breaks as well!
Oh, that is terrible. I think they should be Japan's. If Japan holds here, they're in the driver's seat. If they hold for at least 20 seconds, this is looking really bad.
Yeah, Vivalion is now recovering the lead for Japan, and there it is. Japan overtakes back, but
and he's still holding a 99.8% accuracy.
What a monster!
Accuracy.
Yeah, like this map threw so many players out of their comfort zone all of a sudden, but Vivalion is just like, yeah, whatever, I'm gonna be doing just fine. This is a map you want me to FC? Well, you got the FC right here.
Yeah, accuracy shouldn't be too much of the hardest part of this map. Like, getting a high accuracy is pretty good, and it shouldn't be too hard, but getting a high accuracy and a high combo, man, that is really good performance.
Yeah, he got both of those things required for Hard Rock nailed right down. 2 100s only goes to Vivalion. He's the MVP for this map, and now Japan leads once again 2-1.
Man, that is a really close match.
Indeed, Japan almost broke their pick, or the Norway broke Japan's pick, but so close and yet so far. Now Norway has to once again muster back a point before they can try to take another the lead back from Japan.
Yeah, but I think for this is such a close game. I don't think it will come down to the players. I think it will come down to the support in chat. And in the support on your profile pages, because you can buy a banner to have a cute little banner at the top of your profile page on your user page, and you will see a supporting banner for your respective team. And if you're right about the winner and you're supporting the winner, you even get to keep it for a longer period of time after OWC. But during OWC, you have a wonderful supporting badge.
Yeah, and we will have to reiterate that this is, of course, the all proceeds will go to the prize pool. So by supporting, by buying the banners and supporting the OWC, you are also supporting your favorite players, and they will appreciate that, of course. I mean, who can say no to money, right?
Right, and yeah, right. That's also important to say. Proceeds are going to go towards the map pool. You can also subscribe on the Twitch channel if you want to.
Yeah, we have 3 tiers of subscribers. The first tier gives you 7 free emotes, and you can also, if you really love our game, love our community, you can also unlock the other 2 emotes to the Exodia, the Forbidden One. I mean, sorry, Peppy, our beloved boss. So.
All right, yeah, you can build Peppy in Twitch chat. I mean, I don't see any bigger incentive than that.
That's crazy! I'd love to do that. Do you want to do that with me, Force?
Yeah, let me just shell out $15. 1 second.
Well, for now, let's focus on commentating because we already have the next map picked in the lobby, and that's gonna be this is a spicy one. Nadeshko Color Heart.
Okay, this is the alternate pick of the map pool in no mod. So in essence, this is something we haven't really seen too much of in this match. We've seen more akin of parts of it. This map has you can kind of look at the map and see it as a space dream map, but on a low BPM, like a really low speed. But in essence, you'd call this one an alternate map, pretty much. This one, I think it's a decent pick by Norway, judging by it's one of the spicier picks in the pool. But I think this one is still up in the air because I think Japan could definitely battle Norway on this one. But I think it's a pretty decent pick.
Yeah, Japan actually bring in one of their star players, Gasan WWW. He is known to be not a tablet player or mouse keyboard. He is mouse only.
Ooh.
So playing mouse only on this map. What do you think, Forrest? Do you think he's got what it takes to FC this?
I mean, everything is possible if you practice enough with mouse only. I think it's good enough.
Oh, actually 2 Ws. I overstated 1 W.
All right.
Okay. All right.
Well, I think it's slightly favored towards Norway, mostly because Jin is really good at stuff like this. Yokespy is also pretty good.
Yeah, we talk about alternating and the technical picks. Like I think Norway definitely has the edge of their own, but Japan will have to prove themselves here.
Yeah, 145 BPM, pretty slowish map. You have the patterns at the beginning, which in essence are just kind of like spaced streams on low BPM. The real meat starts when the Hiai time in the middle pops up. The chorus, and in the chorus you have some spicy back and forth patterns and just longer patterns in general where people will miss. If you combo through the chorus,
and we see that. Yeah, and we see that Gasan actually on the screen. You notice on the right side we have the players' key input being displayed in 4 squares. The yellow squares on top are the Z and X keys, which most players use on their keyboard. But for Gasan here, he's having the 2 purple squares lighting up, which means he's pressing the left and right mouse buttons. Oh, and he is actually doing a very good job double hashing still.
Yeah, but his teammates have 2 drops already for now, and this should be the part where we get the combo. Because the hard part is coming up. I mean, in essence, the patterns until now weren't too hard, but it gets harder. And this is the part you really want to look forward to. Now the chorus starts. It starts pretty tame. Spacing increases maybe just a little bit. But then the back and forth patterns coming up right about now. And then into the long alternate pattern. When you miss
and the back and forth goes almost all of Japan. Yeah, almost all of Japan. Only Shirasaka Koume and KFZ are survived that section.
Norway has the advantage because they
do
for it.
Yeah, Yokespy actually holding through that. He's going to be able to help Norway carry on the lead for just a tad longer, but Japan will have to muster some sort of comeback combo right now, or they'll be left in the dust by Norway before you even know it. This is their pick after all. Norway probably knows what to expect here.
Oh my god, So that's a hot clencher. Just seeing Shirasaka Komi miss on the corner of your screen, you're like, oh wait, this is Norway's map, and so
no, but KFC missing exact same note actually. Dallas, however, will be able to fend off Yokespy and help Japan grow back their lead. Slowly but surely, they are clawing back the lead. Now it's back into the butt clenching moment. And here we go into the second chorus.
And it's not getting any easier. I mean,
no, it's not.
The same patterns coming up, and now we do have the back and forth into the long alternate pattern. I think this is the harder part of the chorus.
Oh, you can say that again. We have players breaking left and right, but Dallas and Yokespy will be holding on still. They are the hard carries for this map for sure.
This is all about Dallas and Yokespy. If one of them misses, the other one pretty much might take the lead because it's 40,000 points in difference, and the part comes up. Dallas is holding, Yokespy is holding. They're both holding strong, but the other ones are missing all around it. But Gasan is also holding. It's a
20,000 points. 20,000 points only right now, and Japan is slowly inching in. This section does not go too much longer. About 10% of the map remains. Let's see who will be able to take this one. This will just come down to the wire right at the end.
Oh, but the one of the last alternate patterns is like a stream coming from right to left and then immediately reversing below the notes it just came from. That's, I think, a huge part to play through also. Oh, there it is! No, Dallas held his combo with the 100 combo advantage over Yokespy and Gasan supporting him.
Wow.
Missing a bit too much at the end, and GN with the 2 100, 250s and 1 miss score, man. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, the first breakpoint going over to Japan, and by a hair's inch of a margin. This is only less than 40k points of difference. So very close and so well played on both sides to get the score. Yeah. Whew. I mean, like the first quarter section, we saw the intense matchup between Shirasaka Koumi and its KFC, and they just both break at the same time. We're like, what's going on? And suddenly, Dallas and Yolk's Pipe be like, don't worry, guys, we got this. They take over the driving seat, and it's 1v1 all over again. Oh, and and it just really came down to the very last moment that when was this decided. Holy moly, was that close!
Yeah, next pick is going to be another Hard Rock. You know, seems a bit predictable for now when it comes to Japan and their picks. They just picked the entire Hard Rock pool out. This one being Hollywood Galaxy, the circle size 6.5 map. So this one has the smallest circle size in terms of how small they're on the screen, but also the highest circle size in terms of the number itself. Just for clarification purposes, because it's always a pain.
We will have to clarify ourselves in our commentary if we do come across those terms ever again.
Yeah, and we will.
We will. Yeah, we're just about like halfway through the OWC still, so we got like 3 more map pools, or was it 3 more? Yeah, I think 3 more map pools to come. So for sure we'll be seeing more ridiculous maps.
Yeah, it's being 3-1 for Norway for now. I think it's kind of more expected for Japan to win this, given of how close Norway and Denmark played and their performances. But this is extremely close. Extremely close. I mean, 2 times Japan won by, well, won quite closely.
Yeah, Hard Rock pick going into this one. This one is Japan's pick. It's going to be Hollywood Galaxy.
Yeah, this one, as I said, really small circle size on your screen. And
we'll have to remind the viewers, sorry, that what you see on the screen in relation to the respective clients are a little bit larger than what the players are experiencing on their screen. It's being magnified slightly, I believe, to help you view it better. But on the screen, actually, for the players, these are
a little bit smaller.
A little bit smaller, yeah. But like
it's mostly so the bit rate, the pixels on your screen just don't completely pixelate all the circles. Might be a bit unpleasant viewing experience, but in essence, this is just the way it is. The beginning is some jumps with some doubles, so this is mostly focused on rhythm. We do see a few misses here, but there's gonna be a few streams coming up. People still holding decently well. There are some harder parts later in the map.
Indeed, and you can tell the style is very different and distinct from the other maps we just saw. This one is dated back to 2012. Map ranked in 2013, but this one definitely is a reminiscent of the 2012 era of mapping. And we see that players will have to adjust themselves. They just came from a fairly recent map, and now we're into this.
Oh.
The streams, oof, lots of players breaking out.
That was pretty much the hardest part, I think, of the map.
Yeah.
And Japan is still looking...
Yeah, Dallas and C should be holding on still. So we got still a pretty close match going on here. Still comes down to who misses next. Oh, and it's going to be Angel Arrow. That's going to mean that Norway will be able to clench this one back. No, Cebu, they're breaking. Oh, but those small circle size jumps are so punishing if you miss even just slightly.
But there's a 400,000 points difference. And Dallas is
you're right.
It's true. And it's KFC is trying to bring the lead back to his team, but Sabo, for example, just has way too low for score for this one to matter.
Is there going to be a fail potential at the end? I don't think so.
Not really, no. Only if you almost failed or already failed. That's, yeah, then you're gonna die because...
Right. And we do see that both Shu and Sishu and Dallas holding onto the combo to the very end. Very impressive, well played. But I mean, how close can these matches get? Like even though the score may say otherwise, like we're talking about like each team having the identical combos almost. It's just that we come down to like one more player breaking than they should to really make a score difference, swing the other way or swing to their favor. So yeah, like this is actually still very close. And Norway, despite down 3 points, I do believe they still have a chance to come back. And Japan, however, only 2 points away from taking this match. They are eyeing for the winner's ticket towards the next round.
I think Norway definitely is gonna have to play an uphill battle because of how close everything is and how close Japan is at winning right now. They can't afford to take too many chances, but that's in essence what this match has been so far. for a lot of picks for both teams, chances. Either way, it can be a point for either team. Norway is gonna have to pretty much win the lottery a few times in a row for this to matter. The chances are not looking too well if you make some calculations about probability. I don't know. Norway either has to completely step up and reverse the situation, or Japan is, I think, gonna run away with it.
Yeah, for those the guys in chat probably kind of confused about the memes going on right now. In the chat, Dellis, the player and the mapper on the Japanese team, his nickname is Kirito, so that's why we are throwing around the memes. Just throwing that one out there.
Oh, nice. Well, it's definitely an advantage if you have Kirito on your team.
Yeah, I think he is one of the most overpowered protagonists, and well, the match just now actually very clearly shows that he's got what it takes to carry his team.
I have to agree. Dallas has been playing pretty well.
Yeah, you kind of wonder like if he's been using any sort of like protagonist plot armor thinking.
Yeah. All right, now we get the Renard taking you for a ride. That's what I think I kind of expected in the beginning, because otherwise Origami is too much up in the air, other jump maps are too much in the air. They went for the one hidden pick. I think good pick. They won on it. But to really take advantage of Norway's skill set, I think they need something which is reading based. But that's not to undermine Japan's reading ability. But in essence, Norway, that's their strength, and if their strength cannot overtrump this situation, I don't think Norway really has too much of a chance here.
Yeah, fun fact, well, the mapper of this map, Mercurius, he's actually the captain on the Team Japan 2014, so he was Japan's last OWC champion. And Norway will have to go through Mercurius to really get to Japan this time with this pick.
Yeah.
Let's see if Norway can make this pick count. I mean, this is really much, if they mispick this one, it could be their last pick.
Yeah. This one is 220 BPM, so rather fast map, approach at 9 flat. It's an old map. People would probably see more hard rocks on this one than hiddens.
Yeah.
But given that this is Norway, there's gonna be 2 hiddens, obviously.
And also, extra player modded there. Why not 100 there, going as a third modded player as hard rock. But me on Japanese side, we have Bento and Shazaka Coleman modding. Bento double mods actually, hidden hard rock.
In general, I'd expect more no-mods and hard rocks, a few hiddens here and there from people who are really good at just reading hidden, I'd say. Jin is one of them, Yolkspy is another one of them, yeah. So this map, being the 220 BPM fast map, you see the burst, so you definitely need that little bit of speed prowess to play this map properly. But this map currently, this is in its infancy, this is the easy part.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten to the start, this juicy part yet. That's where all the breaks are going to be happening.
Oh man, there's so many juicy parts in there.
Yeah. Break section, we have pretty much identical score on both sides.
Yeah, you see some of these panels being pretty low space, and then suddenly the same pattern is repeated with an even higher spacing.
Actually, I just noticed Benki there really suffering on the accuracy front. I'm not sure what's going on, but he's really dragging his team behind now. I believe Japan could have taken a much bigger lead if not for Benki's accuracy, but he's going to have to recover.
Well, yeah. Ooh, this was... wait, was it a miss in?
I think so. I think
so.
It
was.
Yeah, maybe he misclicked on the smoke rather than his key. And also players like have the hotkey for smoke binding very closely, so he could have accidentally misclicked on the smoke instead.
Oh, another miss by Chien.
Yeah, he is struggling, which is kind of uncharacteristically here.
Yeah, well, people are more struggling about now. that's the issue now. Things are gonna get tougher.
Mr. Kirito on the Japanese side, Dallas also broke, but that's not gonna be mattering too much as we do have 3 more full combos on his team. Meanwhile, for Norway, only Sishu is carrying the full combo. Hunter will have a high combo, but he is a little bit behind. Those two will help Norway hold on for just a tad longer though. But they will have to really muster something up.
But I think Norway can take this if they all hold strong towards the next pattern.
Yeah, the next pattern, that's where all the...
Oh no, you can't hold strong if you don't have a combo. Thunder is missing right before it. And now it starts off. We see the big black pattern, and then we see the huge O circle, just a circle pattern 2 times in a row.
I love
the
that.
map trying to represent a circle.
Somewhere in Brazil, a mapper plus player is just.
And this is a circle pattern. Bento missing, Benki missing, Shirosaka Komi holding so Chu is missing, and Shirosaka just holds through it. He just holds.
Yeah, he's modded as well. He's hidden, and he's still holding on just fine. Like he's doing better than Noma.
Oh, and he misses afterwards. I mean, Yokohama also held through that, but he didn't have that huge of a combo. It's not gonna matter. There's a 400,000 points in difference.
Yeah, and that's gonna be Japan's point very convincingly. 400,000 points going like in favor of Japan. Wow.
To be fair, in this situation, I think it's looking really grim for Norway.
Yeah, we can't really sugarcoat it. They're down 4 points, and they have to climb 4 match points now just to get a tiebreaker. But it's not impossible. I mean, we have definitely seen that happen. Like, OWC is a magical place, a magical time of the year when miracles do happen for the Brave. And the Brave, well, of course, first have to prove themselves worthy for that miracle.
But I don't think it's necessarily being that many points down that it's looking grave. I'm more thinking of the advantages Team Norway has.
Yeah.
And it's just not working out. Like, what should Norway pick here to win it? Maybe Pandemonium for one pick, but the other ones, I think, maybe more a favor towards Japan or as a 50-50. Like, they don't have any advantages left to take advantage of. And that's the huge issue here for Norway.
Yeah, and Japan now picking double time. I don't think this is a Norwegian strength. Is it?
Double time?
Compared to Japan, I mean, I feel like Japan is a stronger team. I mean, they are the one picking this after all. But then again, like Norway does have some pretty good players, well-rounded to play this level of double time.
I mean, Tien is pretty good.
Yeah, Tien and Afro are both players I can recall right now.
Yeah, 100%. It's Kefsi also has enough speed for this one, I'd say.
They're staying in for this. That's the obvious sign. So A Blue coming in with Shasaka Komi staying, I believe.
Yeah, this is one of the maps where I think it's a 50-50 kind of. Japan definitely is. I mean, they picked it. They know how good they are on it, and they know whether or not they might get a pick on this one.
I mean, if they win this one more point, Japan wins one more point, and that's going to be semifinals for Japan on winner's side. That's the best they've come since 2014, and they're already shaping history right now as we speak. So I believe Japan will want to nail this one right back home with this pick and make this match's final pick.
To be fair, Japan, I guess, I mean, every team is lucky except for the team USA is facing. I think it's Taiwan this round. Like, you at least got a good bracket placement that you don't face USA after the first stage. Would be a bit unlucky. But I mean, this is the best chance they get to reaching semis, and they're taking it. But yeah, this one is selfish. It's 255 BPM. It's the fastest map, I believe, and it focuses mostly on the few bursts, mostly on the rhythm and some doubles in here. If you're not a good double time player, you're gonna struggle on this one.
Yeah, it really tests the fundamental skills you build up as double time. But which is to say, if you just spam double time far maps, you aren't going to be, enjoying this as much as others. Like, the true double time players will be able to play this one because they have the fundamental skills nailed down.
That's a double miss coming in from
I saw that.
Japan. Afro did miss early on, but that's 2 misses. Afro missing again.
Yeah, chance for Norway to build, but Kefsi, why do people keep on breaking at the easier sections? That's not gonna be good for Norway, but Japan will be able to, take over the lead now, but now it's Norway's turn to shine. Let's see if they can make the next section count. They won't need a combo though, they will need a break from Japan and the combo of their own. GN still holding on, but himself is not going to be enough. Honda right behind him.
Yeah, Honda with the really early miss, so they're slightly behind. A-Blue missing again. A-Blue has definitely a huge trouble getting an accuracy up and the combo.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on.
Therefore is mirroring him.
Yeah, and also 100, they both broke there. Now Japan is leading by 100,000, and it's just GN there holding on against the Japanese tsunami. And Japan looking like they're just about to take this next point and the match along with it.
Oh yeah, I think Hunter is done. missing a few times more in a row. Hunter being one of the, I think, one of the faster players on Norway, not performing exceptionally well, and GN also missing. Yeah, this is definitely a GG as GN just rode in the smoke. Hirosaka Komi holding a pretty good combo. Valiant and Dallas both still holding the SC. This is the match point, and thus the win for Japan.
Yeah, it's very, very well played from Japanese players. They are going to clench this, well, not really clench, sorry, they're just going to dominate this match. But still, Norwegian players definitely had their run, and too bad that consistency is not in their favor today. Japan winning 6-1, and they will advance to the winners semifinals.
I think the execution from Japan's side just was there. Was there a lot more than the Norwegian side, at least, I'd say. There were some key maps where you unluckily lost some points, which were so close. But it's just the way it is. You can't really perform 100% every single time you play this game, and sometimes you perform worse than in practice, sometimes even better. But that's
true.
How it goes.
Yeah, but what do you think about the performance we've seen from these two teams overall today, Forrest? Do you think Japan was over expectation, or do you think that for Norway was under expectation?
Depending on who you are, usually when you just look at the players and haven't been sleeping too much in terms of in the past few years, like Hirosaka Komi, for example, is a name who pops up from time to time. You see him in some community tournaments playing for Japanese team, or maybe you see some maps of his where he just maps really high star rating maps, and you're like, hey, this is an unranked map, but it's kind of fun, and he might even practice on his own maps, who knows. But you see a bunch of these names, and you say those are some really scary 3-digit players. Like, in my opinion, in the history of when I play tournaments, is the one thing you never want to do is underestimate that one Japanese team with only 3 digits of names you've barely or never heard of. Never underestimate a Japanese 3-digit team, because that's hilarious.
Like, I remember back in 2016 when I was a part of the Chinese SPD team from the Chinese Greater China players. I believe it was Springling who said that we can take on any team in the world except for 3-digit Japanese players. I remember when playing on Ask Crackers with Wapelwolf and Raffis and stuff like that. I remember that the only time we got close to losing until like the grand finals and the finals was Japanese 3-digit teams. That's the closest we got to losing until then. The other parts are pretty much a cake. Walk in the park, pretty much. Oh, man, it is. Yeah, also it's probably noteworthy to, of course, once again highlight the fact that Japan has a very tightly knit community, and they have tournaments going on, even in places we aren't seeing. I believe I've noted this before, which is that they have a little bit of different structure compared to most Western tournaments. Whereas we have OWC that spans across 6 to 7 weeks, Japan's community tournaments, they are just very tightly packed into one weekend. And that's about that's how they have tournaments. So in that way, you can say they can squeeze more tournaments in 1 year, in one time frame of the year, for example. And I believe that's one way of making good tournament players, if you have just a lot of matches going on at the same time. But I don't know much about Japan, so I can't really tell. Yeah, so I guess we are 30 minutes away from our next match, which is going to be Netherlands versus Hong Kong. Well, it's another very exciting matchup, but so to hype things up, we're going to tell you guys what to expect from this. So first of all, Netherlands, of course, a very strong European team. We're actually very surprised that, like we noted before, to see them already in the losers this early in the tournament. They have been very strong and consistent roster, but I guess last weekend wasn't really their weekend, so they will have to prove themselves once again this weekend. And Hong Kong, they are the only unseeded team this year to climb out of the the group stage, and still manage to make a show for themselves. And actually, I would say that Hong Kong is still a very strong team, and that the Netherlands will have to really watch out for them. If they want to win this one, they will have to bring everything out of their pockets.
Yeah, I mean, Netherlands is only down there because they played against the arguably second best team, I'd say, in the tournament, which is the Brits, the wonderful people from from the north west of Europe, and they're just a really scary team. And Netherlands just got an unlucky draw. It's just the way it is. But I think they can go far in the losers bracket. I think Netherlands is definitely gonna win this one, despite Hong Kong being an unseeded team and just showing everyone up. Netherlands is extremely scary. I mean, you've seen that in the group stages. You've seen that in round of 16. I mean, they win 6-4 against UK. 6-4. That's really close. Just one map away from winning the entire, or just getting to tiebreak and maybe winning the entire match.
Yeah, tiebreaker is like basically a flip of a coin for a lot of teams. Like even if you are the super awesome team coming in, you can still lose a group stage tiebreaker to underdog compared to your team, which is of course a very risky situation for any team to be in.
Right, but I think this is like 24 minutes to go for the Hong Kong team. They definitely need your support, and you know how you can support them the best way. It's by buying the profile pay badge for support. And only for a few bucks, you can have a supporting badge for Hong Kong on your profile user page. And maybe even just subscribe to the O's Live channel to build up some peppies.
Yeah, I mean, like one thing
that's a more neutral stance, at least, getting the peppies in chat, right?
One thing we haven't seen this year, of course, is that nobody has yet been able to build a peppy. Can we see a peppy be built today?
I haven't seen too many peppies. I'm really disappointed.
Yeah, can we summon the Exodia, or is it not going to be happening? I mean, that's always a challenge for every year.
Yeah, we even have O's Live starting the peppy. Oh man, we only have to have the trousers. I mean, those are some pretty good trousers, I'd say.
Yeah. Well, I will be very hyped to see our first peppy of the year. Always a fantastic thing to behold.
I feel like we need a shoe emote to have like a 4-part peppy. We can at least like segue into buying stuff like buy mommy a new pair of shoes. She needs a new pair of shoes. Please support the channel. $25 for the shoe emote.
How much can we really sell out here? But yeah, and also we hyped up Netherlands, but of course Hong Kong also, like we said, very strong team. Captain Giz, followed by a roster of very familiar names in the Hong Kongese community, with no Hong Kongese mappers like Skystar and Chaos Litz. Yeah. But as players, they also have moments of shine, like the fact that they climb out of groups and beating down, was it Brazil? I believe. 1 second. No, it was not Brazil. The other team in their groups that they upset it. Mexico, yeah, Mexico.
Oh yeah.
Like that was very a strong performance from them. So definitely they can still very much likely take this one if you believe in them. But then again, Netherlands will have to prove me wrong by saying that you're wrong, Adrian. We got this. We're gonna be taking over the match and. In just about 25-ish minutes, I believe.
Yeah, we do have some exciting matches this weekend.
Yeah, that's of course all on the screen right now. Personally, I am very much looking forward to Canada versus Australia. Not because I'm a Canadian. Well, I am a Canadian, but also that like both teams are very strong. Australia coming a long way this year actually, and building a very strong roster for themselves. And Canada, I believe this is our strongest roster so far. So. I'm very excited to see if our Canadian boys got this. Of course, I'll be rooting for Team Canada, but I know the Australian players would also want a shout out. So definitely, by the time, hopefully the two teams will get a very exciting game going on. That's all I can say.
I think the matches to really look for the UK versus Brazil match. That's gonna be a good one. Korea versus China is also gonna be a good one, I'd say. Otherwise. Canada versus Australia should also be quite close, I'd say. Can go either way. Maybe a little bit favored to Australia, just judging by they not having too many rookies and having shown their performances in community tournaments time and time again.
Yeah, Canada this year really is bringing the Roosters to, I guess, supplement their roster. But the rookies have been really living up to our expectations, and they have carried a couple of maps. So definitely shout out to the Canadians. And joining us, we have the casters for next round. The boys from Team UK, we have Bubbleman and Doomsday.
Hello.
Hello.
Are
How
you?
are you? Good
Yeah,
cast.
we don't
Thank you.
mind, but there's one big question for you guys. Are you guys ready for the next match for the Netherlands against Hong Kong? You two are gonna commentate, and you're gonna bring the entire action to the OS Live Twitch channel. How are you feeling about the match?
It's born ready.
I like it.
Gonna be a good one. I suppose I've gotten to know a few of the Netherlands players from Cavo event, but also there's a big link to the HK players as well through James Like and Sora Roxas, Moe Andere. So, and yeah, we know both sides. We're somewhat close to both of them, so no bias, no favoritism.
No. Just a nice clean match.
Right, but just I guess to predict, what do you think the results are going to be look like? I mean, as commentators, we probably should remain fairly unbiased, but then again, we also come in with our existing knowledge of the teams. So I'd be curious to hear from you guys, especially considering you guys probably know the players a lot better than us.
God, this one's a really hard one to call just because these two teams are really unpredictable. But I mean, they can trade blows on a lot of these maps. Some are going to be favoured, others not. Maybe I'd give the mild edge on previous results to the Netherlands, maybe, but this one's a really hard one to call.
Yeah,
I
what
think I'd
about
agree
you,
with that.
Bubbleman?
There's a lot of talent in both teams. A lot of, I suppose you could say, unknown talent through their lower ranks. I'm not sure. It's definitely going to be a good one.
Yeah, I mean,
we
gonna be
ourselves
close.
can't really call.
I think in terms of like, just once the maps start getting tougher, which they are around this pool, maybe Netherlands have the stronger legs with some of their higher ranked players than maybe Hong Kong do. But I mean, Hong Kong, there's a lot of players that simply just don't play a lot of those stuff on the solo ladder, and they're perfectly capable in multiplayer. So we always get surprised by that. That's why it's just so difficult to call. You just don't know what they're going to be like on the day. I mean, we've seen the likes of Chaos Litz and like MCY as well as an excellent mechanical player for Hong Kong. On this sort of level, they could definitely pop off. But I guess the
Previously known as Coltate.
Yep, that's the one. Colte, he's been a really good tournament player as well over the last couple of years, Colte. But
Do
like,
you think that?
hmm.
Do you think that there are like particular strengths in the matches that the teams will want to utilize? For example, they want to pick this one particular mod more over the other team.
I mean, I think with some of the specialists that like Netherlands have, they have a few maps that could have a leg over Hong Kong. Like they've got the likes of like Noah and that, so that AR8 is going to be quite strong for them. And even though they do have Gladdy in their team, Gladdy's more of a sort of no mod DT player, even if he is extremely old. But they have some strong specialists on some of those maps. But Hong Kong just have some players that have been ridiculously consistent in previous pools.
Yeah, we've definitely seen that, especially in the group stages. They have really made a show for themselves.
I think Netherlands have the edge on Hard Rock and Hong Kong have the edge on Hidden. Do you agree?
Yeah, I would say that. Like on the regular hidden picks, they would have a good strong roster, Hong Kong. But we saw in the last round how good Netherlands are with the hard rock. I mean, we experienced that firsthand. But yeah.
And we actually have some questions coming from chat here. So I guess not really pertaining to the next match, but Unnamed Z was wondering, who do you guys think is the best consistent players out there? I guess first of all speaking for this OWC and also for in general.
Like in general, I mean, I think most teams at this point have a player like that. But I mean, the one I would look at in the early rounds would have actually been Chaos Litz, just because of his ridiculous group stage performance. Like, which match was it when he SS'd like 3 maps in it? Like that just doesn't happen.
8 maps in the in total for the weekend, I believe.
That just doesn't happen. What?
Yeah, like even though it's group stages map pool, very easy, but still to SS on a World Cup platform in a tournament, that is not easy at all. Like you will have nerves, you will be tripping up, but not for Chaos Slits. And yeah, so I guess we can't really give him a shout out in that regard.
Yeah. Once the maps start getting tougher, though, a few names that had come to mind would be the likes of Flask for the Taiwan team are really good in terms of that.
Yeah.
Nice. The German team as well at this level. Very consistent.
And actually, Taiwan will be playing against USA after Canada versus Australia. So that's going to be a very exciting match. Also looking forward to.
Yeah, it's mostly gonna come down to who's gonna be the MVP of this tournament. USA, for example, has a lot of MVP candidates most of the time. So the USA's, that's why they're pretty much the strongest and scariest team, because they have so many players who are barely at the MVP stage, but there's always a few other players who jump over them in terms of individual performance. Like last tournament, I think Mouse Easy, for example, performed like out of his mind, and he's also being pretty good for this tournament all around. So that's definitely one of the many consistent players I'd look out for next to Flask and Chaos Slits.
Got us crazy in the case of Mouse Easy, because Mouse Easy, for a lot of the year, he hasn't been active, but just as World Cup was coming up, he decided to just buckle down and like practice hardcore, and all of a sudden it's like he hasn't left. It's rather insane that. Like, consistency is something that's really hard to keep hold of if you don't play for a while. And Mouse Easy is still doing it like he did last year.
And he will be trying to do that, of course, against you guys tomorrow.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
That's gonna be something.
Are you guys looking forward to the match? What do you think?
Oh yeah, always do.
Gonna be a blast.
Awesome. We got some great confidence over here from the.
Look, we also have the double UK commentary team. Like, it's in their genes to just be good commentators. They're gonna give you hopefully the best experience possible. I'm also hoping you can plug in a few profile banners.
Let's see whose time slot generates the most sales. We have a little bit.
right. That guy gets a bonus, right?
Yeah, not like we're being paid anyway. But that's like. One more question from.
I live by exposure, right, everyone?
Yeah. Of course.
Paid in exposure.
Yeah, here's a pretty interesting question from the chat. Junihyun asks, how does a team scout for weaknesses of the opposing team? Ooh, very interesting, actually, because we got two OMC players from this year right here.
I mean, big thing would be watching the previous matches and looking at the previous like bans and picks they do. Is always a good basis.
Good point.
Yep. Some teams that just always gravitate towards the sort of winning the same sort of mods. You know, they have good players on those some things, and you can get that from previous matches.
Do you think like a team would gravitate towards picking the opponent's weak maps or picking their strong maps?
I think to open with, they pick their strong maps. They want to get that momentum, the sort of we're playing well today feeling going, and then they start looking at, well, what can we pick into that they're not going to want to play? I think there's a lot you can tell from past matches, a lot you can tell from how people have played in the past, and there's a lot you can tell from top ranks. You can look on their user page and say, well, he tends to play a lot of double time, he tends to play a lot of hard rock, and you can paint I wouldn't say an accurate picture, but a usable picture of what their team is going to be composed of.
And if you don't, if you're still not sure about it, there's also the gathering information during the match itself. You can get some information from some warm-up picks where you pick a similar type of map in the pool, for example, an alternate map, and you see how well or how bad they do on a sight read. And you can kind of gauge if they really like have zero sight reading skills on alternate picks, and thus might not have too much of a mastery over it, or otherwise. And even during the picks, if you pick a map of one specific type in a certain mod bracket, you might, and you win it like completely, you stomp it, you might try to find other maps which are similar to it, which you pick. And that's just the way you can also get information during the match and take advantage of it.
Yeah, like a lot of how like a team plays in a match does come down simply to how they feel on the day. Because sometimes you can be like, oh, I'm doing pretty well at, you know, this high ARDT, or oh, I'm doing well at this thing. A lot of it just comes down to how you are on the day as well.
I do think half the battle is knowing your opponents, and then the other half is how well can you react to how they're playing. Yeah.
That's very true. I can definitely see the truth in that. Especially this past match, I believe you guys were also watching from the backseat here. We do have some moments where we thought that one team would definitely have it, but I guess the consistency just snaps at the end, and the lead goes over to the other team immediately like that. And I think that may be what you guys are talking about right here. Like on the day off, it could be we have a little bit like sandbox going on inside our heads before the match. Like we'll pick this or pick that, but in reality we end up losing this one, so we end up doubting our next pick.
I mean, like, you can prepare all you want for a map, and it certainly helps for sure. But like, if you just get a dodgy slip up in the middle of a map, it can just do a lot of damage. So that's why even those maps that you can look at and be, you know, they can be like certain bankers for certain teams. A couple dodgy misses from them can tilt it completely. That's how Osu standard goes. It's quite unforgiving.
The mental game has to be strong. If you, for example, pick your really strong picks and you start winning, and obviously they're also gonna pick the strong picks and they start winning, and it's really close, you end up ending with a landscape which is either unknown, where you don't know which team is favorite. There might be a pick where it's like 90-10 for one team, but both teams don't know, right? Or maybe one team knows and they're the 10% team, so they're like, we're not picking this, we're ignoring this one, and the other team just doesn't realize they're so favored on one pick. So in essence, it's either an unknown territory or 50-50. Because the skill sets are really close. And if you tilt, or if you started tilting beforehand or during the 50-50 picks, where execution is pretty much key, because that's what it comes down to on the 50-50s, then, I don't know, that's a really bad spot for you and your team, because you need those points on the 50s.
Yeah, for sure. It's the mental game is just, it's so important in standard for sure. Actually, I was curious. Have you guys chatted about the last match we've got coming up today, the Canada-Australia? Because I was curious before we get into our next match. Well, we
haven't yet.
What are you thinking about that? Because that match is coming up in a couple hours.
Oh, that's so scary.
Yeah, we have only briefly talked about it because I was, of course, trying to root out for my Canadian boys. But I will say that I have faith in them taking this one. Australia is a very strong team, I believe, against, like, the guys can probably test for themselves. But that matchup, I think, will decide on, like what we said, like on the day performance. Like, I think both teams can take it. It's a coin toss, but maybe I want to say Canada has a little edge going on. Is our luckier so far?
It's looking like it, isn't it? But I mean, both teams they're really high on morale right now. And both teams, normally by this point, they're in the losers bracket, but they're flying high with super strong rosters. So it's like a clash of two super confident teams, I'd say this.
Yeah, bracketing wise, they're also very favored by, I guess, by goddess of luck this year. They won't be seeing, I guess, Team USA at least until finals, if they are lucky enough.
Well, even then, it's like last round Canada had to like beat Russia, and Russia is not by any means a pushover. That's a very strong team. I mean, I'll be honest. I mean, as strong as Canada are, I was surprised to see that go so one-sided in favor of Canada.
Indeed, Canada was very, very strong like that match. I was surprised myself after watching the VOD.
Oh man, but the Canada versus Australia match, I think if both teams are performing their absolute best, both are at their 100%, I think Australia is gonna take it. In terms of just the players and what they showed is possible for potential. But Canada, I think it's gonna come down to the rookies on Australia. It comes down to the form of the day and how nervous they're feeling or not. I think it's a little bit favored in Australia, definitely. But Canada can definitely upset. There's a chance there.
I think both teams have a shout, but as you said, it comes down to the mentality, all-important mentality in standard, and the Australian roster just has this spark. I'm not sure how else to describe it. They have this dynamic that just keeps them trucking. No matter what happens, no matter whether they lose a pick, they just keep on going, always in high spirits, and I think that might just give them the edge.
Yeah, that's such a powerful thing. It's kind of comparable to how the US is. I think the USA have a similar sort of thing. Well, they're always laughing and joking. Australia have that positivity as well.
But I feel like the
very
USA
good.
has a lot of pressure also on them. Like next to just them joking around a bit, I think USA has the disadvantage of having such a huge pressure on you.
They are, after all, one of the most hyped up team to win this year. But then again, the players are no joke themselves. Like they have been in so many tournaments that this is probably just another Tuesday afternoon walk in the park kind of thing. I'm not exaggerating too much. Like I remember talking to Toy about how he feels about playing OWC, and Toy tells me that the USA strategy, like which is actually echoes what we just talked about for Australia, is very simple and straightforward. We win every pick for ourselves, and then we win tiebreaker. That's it. We don't care about what the opponents pick and whether they win or not. Sure, if awesome if we win another pick of the other sides, but we just have to make sure we do our part right, and then we will be the winner at the end of the day. So I think that's that's very, very confident, and also speaks a lot about just what kind of players they are. They will play by the books, and they will play by the rules and win in the end.
That's sensible. I mean, that works.
They know how good they are. It's just you can't not, when you're so far at the top. You know how good you are.
Yeah, but they definitely have weaknesses, I believe, so the teams will be able to exploit them when they come up.
Oh, yeah,
Again,
every team has a weakness somewhere.
Yeah. It's kind of like the David and Goliath we're talking about here. Still though, like USA's strong team, but definitely not invincible by any means.
The thing about them is they have a weakness, but they're so strong in that weakness that it just doesn't seem like a weakness at all. You could compare
it's like a
that
comparative weakness.
You need strong players to abuse it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. To take advantage of a weakness of another team, you need a team of your own which has that weakness as a strength to take advantage of it. Even if it's a weakness for them, if your team is not better at it, it's not a weakness. It's actually your weakness. Then their weakness becomes the weapon of the opponent, right? But who knows? Maybe there's a completely outlandish weakness for USA. Maybe their weakness is social media and having a mental boom before the match. Who knows? I mean, at this point, people have to be grasping for straws when it comes to fighting against the USA and winning against them.
Yeah, or maybe USA has a version for certain kinds of maps. So if you pick like anime girl songs, like they will suddenly be tilting all over the map matches. Like it's all possible. I mean, I'm not USA. They probably know it's better.
Their audio.
Oh, so what I see the true master way, which is to not click just click circles, not to the beat.
Oh, I think that's a weakness. My PayPal and putting in anime songs which are rhythm-based picks without having the music on, that's gonna be tough.
There you go. Taiwan, I hope you're taking notes. There you go.
Yeah, Taiwan, of course, we're kind of like going down the matches right now, but Taiwan will have a very strong show, I believe, against Team USA.
God, yeah.
So far, like Taiwan has come across USA, I believe, both last year and the year before. So they have a kind of like track record, like the neighbor across the strait. So yeah, maybe we'll see Taiwan avenge China for last weekend. Or maybe Taiwan will be going down there joining China. We don't know. We'll see though.
That should be a really good match with some of the players that Taiwan have. They ain't gonna be spooked, and they've got the ability on this sort of map pool. That should be a good match. Coming up in 13 hours.
And Korea versus China. Actually, this one is also kind of interesting because, for your information, Korea and China, I believe the last time they played each other was back in like 2016, if I'm not mistaken.
Might indeed
yeah,
be.
2016 I think in like losers finals or something like that. So they haven't seen each other for 2 years, and it's time for them to show how much they've progressed over the course of the year.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, of course, they're fighting for their lives now, so a lot of pressure on that match. But I think that will be coming up later. But for now, I think we're going to have a few minutes break before we get into our next match, which is, of course, the Netherlands versus Hong Kong.
Wonderful. I think in this 5-minute break, you can definitely take a short break, get something to drink, wallet break, whatever, or maybe buy a profile banner. I mean, there's plenty of time to enter your bank account.
Saw that one coming.
Can't say I didn't.
No, but please support your favorite team if you want to get a break, get some food, because there's plenty of exciting matches to come.
Yeah, we're definitely grabbing my popcorn and waiting by the back seat. So I'm everyone, and I'm signing out for my hour. And it's been an honor casting with you, Force, and I'll see you guys later.
Right. I'm Home Treeforce, I'm also signing out. Good luck, have fun to Doomsday and Balderman and to all the players.
Right, see you guys. Have a good one.
Thank
Cheers
you
for the
very
cast.
much.
Cheers.
Goodbye.
And we will see you guys in a few minutes for the next match. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to OS World Cup 2018, the quarterfinals. And the next match is going to be the first of the losers bracket matches. And we're going to be seeing the first team eliminated from the knockouts here between the Netherlands and Hong Kong. I am Doomsday, and joining me is the lovely Bubble Man. What's going on, dude?
Hello.
Oh, yeah. I'm super hyped for this.
I can't wait.
I have no idea what's going to happen in this match. Not a Scooby-Doo between these two. They're both so unpredictable. We had a chat before, but man.
Yeah, where do you go? How do you call this one? On this type of map, both teams still have their consistency. They both have the ability to hit whatever they need to.
Just how they're going to be feeling in this situation and how those strong individuals are going to step up. We were chatting before, we were thinking maybe Netherlands have the stronger mechanical players, but the thing with Hong Kong is they always punch above their weight.
You cannot count them out. There is absolutely no way you can count this team out.
Nope.
Every year as well.
Oh,
I remember Force talking about 3-digit Japanese teams before, and how they're always the scariest, they're always the one that is really spookily consistent. Well, HK, the Netherlands, are just kind of the high-level embodiments of those teams.
Yeah, for sure. And they're so underrated by most people. People are always surprised when they finish top of their group like Hong Kong did this year, and when Netherlands step up the way they do, and it's like that's what these teams do. They did it last year too.
I mean,
the Netherlands are stronger.
Yeah, they gave the US a run for their money in groups. That's not something you can say for many teams.
Nope. The thing is, it's just that they're both such wildcard teams. That's why I was saying this one's so hard to call, because you could end up with what the seeding says, but you usually don't. But sometimes you end up with just giant killing potential from the both of them.
I mean, what does seeding say, though? Because Hong Kong were unseeded and came out of their groups on top. But then the Netherlands were low-seeded and came out of their groups in second. So who has the seeding advantage? Both? Neither?
God.
I think they've already proven that seeding means absolutely nothing.
I suppose the question left now is, now this map pool, which has definitely taken a sharp turn in difficulty from the last one, is how they cope with that. And that's usually the Achilles heel of the quote-unquote lower seeded teams, when the maps start getting tougher. But even
They
then,
definitely have the players to do this, though. You see Jackie Lam, Vivelium, Gids, Colte, or MCY as he's known.
That's what we'll be seeing now. Already seeing a name we didn't see last week. Hai Cool is in the room for Hong Kong. He didn't feature last week for Hong Kong in the round of 16. But he's here this time. Played in the groups, but only for a few maps. He is one of the higher ranked players of the Hong Kong team, so this is where it's going to be important for him to show up. That said, though, I think Hong Kong, they're going to be looking at their performance last week, and they're definitely going to be looking to improve it, because in the groups, of course, they were unstoppable. But last week, they probably fell a bit below the standards they'd set in terms of how they did with FCs and whatnot. They'll certainly want to step up this time. Although they still gave Brazil a good run for the money, it wasn't enough. They did go down, I believe it was 6-3 to Brazil. Bring them down here.
It was. I think I'm reading these stats right. Out of about 9 maps, so 36 possible FCs, they only scored 11. which is an average of about, what? Just over 1 per map?
Yeah, perhaps they fell a bit short of their usual super high standards in terms of like the early rounds.
Oh yeah, easy from Noah.
Of course. It's the Noah special. He's known mostly, I think, for his really sort of old school maps, right? He's the mapper of Odd Loop, which is a really popular, like, reading map. He's made a few like that. He likes his slow AR and reading stuff.
And Colte, MCY, of course, taking Hidden. Hidden main, as far as I'm aware. I think we are going to see a lot of Hidden from Hong Kong. And on the other side, I think the Netherlands are probably going to be taking Hard Rock. They've got Vivelium, got Jackie Lam, the Loak FC special.
Yep. Well, you know, he's Loak unless he actually acts, which he can do.
Yeah, I don't get it.
He always goes on about Jackie Ag. Yeah, and then he gets 99% on like a super long map last week. Well, at the moment he's doing his thing. Look at him go, 85%.
Where's Ming to face off against him when you need him?
That'll be the Clash of the Titans right there.
Who can get the lowest amount of points for an FC? Of course, Scoffy too, you do have a lot of room for dropping accuracy on slider heads and all that.
He's got more to his disposal there. And there we go. Oh, hell yeah. Actually, a decent combo on the easy from Noah, actually, to be fair. That map didn't necessarily look like the most comfy thing. Solid combo there, actually. Although I bet he's played that before.
Yeah, very full. Oh, talking about low accuracy.
Oh, wait, hang on.
It's the map that a lot of people choose. Or well, the ranked non-parody version of this is. Because all circles, there's not a single slider in the map. So you can get as low as about 17% accuracy on it.
It's ridiculous. I forget, like, there was like a big competition a while ago, wasn't there? People trying to get as low AC as possible on this. I think people managed to get it, like, crazy low to just an entire FC of 50s.
I'm pretty sure someone got a near... What would you call it? It's not an SS, is it?
Low AC SS.
I'm sure someone did it with Hard Rock as well, which is even more impressive. Something like...
That's actually crazy, considering...
Yeah.
It's like a small circle size map as well, isn't it?
It's 6.5, yeah, you're right, actually. I didn't consider that. Oh! I'm gonna have to look up that. That's, something I have to look up. Just to see if it actually was.
Can't wait for this. The Gids mapping. The Gids mapping. This has got to be the Hong Kong pick, of course. The last one was Netherlands. 1 + 1 equals Noose. Quick maths right there.
Oh boy. It is Pingu.
Oh yeah. Oh, there's Gladdy. He's in. Gladiopa coming in for this one. And Taku as well. Swapping out for this banger.
Warm-ups always confuse me somewhat.
How come?
It's like it's definitely this in-joke for the team that only people who are in on the joke will probably get it. I think someone else said it's like a cross-cultural rap battle.
Oh, that's actually a really good way to put it. I like that. Cross-cultural rap battle. I mean, to be honest, if this is referencing something, it's gone over my head. I thought the Pingu was like a French thing. Must he have like a Pingu avatar at some point? That's all I
think Pingu is universal.
Oh yeah.
New.
I'm thinking in terms of Osu. Oh, it's got.
Is that 2B?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, incredible mapping. This just whoa. All right. Why does it double back on themselves?
Is this the Ming mapping? Ming mapping lives on. Doing gids right here.
Yeah, it's a Ming guess difficulty.
It wouldn't surprise me if it was, to be honest.
Only the best maps showcased on the Osu World Cup stream.
Oh yeah.
The first stop for competitive Osu entertainment.
Oh yeah, these guys are ready for some serious competition right here. Mentally preparing themselves. They're telling me this isn't how you warm up, but come on. Actually, real talk though, this map actually looks pretty cool.
I'd be interested in playing this.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's passable.
I mean, it looks passable.
Did kids hit that wiggle?
I think he did, and Colte did more, I think. And Amnesia.
Of course, by wiggle we mean this map's 175 BPM. You tend to find auto note snapping at, you know, just linear patterns, flow aim, they're in a straight line. But no, you can make them wiggle back and forth every note. Like that.
Oh, okay.
No, it's not passable.
Oh, there you go. There's your answer, dude.
Right.
There's your answer, dude.
Maybe you could double tap it.
With mouse buttons as well, maybe.
Yeah, vibro.
Yeah.
You need to be really good at vibro to pass that one.
Hey, Jackie got a C on that.
Of course he did. He is vibro.
Ah, yeah, that's true, actually. That's actually a good point. Jackie is a fast boy. Quality. I love it. Great start. And here come the picks and bans. Time to get into the meat of things here.
So let's see. If what I'm thinking is right, then Netherlands will probably ban Hidden and Hong Kong will probably ban Hard Rock, but I don't know. They could go deeper than that.
It depends whether they just want to ban something they don't want to play, and we'll be seeing a DT ban.
Yeah, I think I would have given Netherlands the edge on DT as well.
For the speedy players they've got, yeah, Selfish is the faster map of the double time pool. Quite
I mean, I suppose Hong Kong can play Hard Rock as well. They have Chaos Slits, they have Gids. They have the ability.
Yeah, like maps like Higurashi and maybe Hollywood Galaxy can be solo carried, I'd say. Especially Higurashi, because it's such a long map. But even then, picking that into Netherlands is scary. They have a strong lineup for a lot of those.
Picking anything into either of these two teams is scary.
I've already accepted that whatever I call here will probably be wrong. They'll prove me wrong.
Yeah.
That's what happens with these two.
I have to agree with that one. They're just an enigma, a mystery. You never know what you're gonna get. I think the only thing that's certain is it's gonna be a good match.
Oh yeah, I can guarantee that.
Netherlands choosing to ban Higurashi.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah. Was that
whatever you're calling is no, that was a ban.
It was a ban. It was a ban, yeah. There was a lot of rolls in chat. I wonder if I missed something. But yeah, that's a ban. And that is actually an interesting ban. But I guess they're just afraid of the long pick there.
Already proving that whatever I call is wrong. Maybe not confident in their jump aim. Most of that is, of course, just spaced patterns, jumps. Nothing really too awkward in there, I don't think. They choose to go for Aragami. No mod 1.
Streams. Streams to open this one up. This map
Streams
is
at
all
AR9.
streams. That too. And this map has fail potential. For sure. The end of this increases in spacing into like into a stack. And that can be failable. But apart from that, pretty standard, relatively spaced streams on AR9.
Definitely just a standard one to start us off.
Mm-hmm. This is the first time we've seen it, but I'm gonna hazard a guess and say this is gonna be quite a popular map this weekend. We're gonna see this a lot, I think.
Yeah, I think so. From what I'm remembering too, is it OD9?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is OD9.
Have a quick check so I'm not giving false information. Yeah, OD9. HP 6, so as you say, yeah, there is fail potential. September 2015, this one.
God, it's over 3 years old. Didn't realise that.
Yeah. Spooky when you look back and think, wow, this was map then. In fact, it's over 4 years old. October 22nd was when it was uploaded.
Oh,
2014.
bloody hell. I guess mapping like this doesn't really age. It doesn't really age too much. It's evergreen.
Yeah, you can't go very wrong with streams. Although I suppose the AR9 does show its age slightly. Not something you see very often anymore.
And here we go. The first losers bracket matchup. One of these two teams will be going home today. Neither of them are going to do it without a fight. Seeing a first break in that first stream section from Saku on the Hong Kong side. Quite cool having some accuracy issues on that first bit as well. So the Yak lead will also be in favour of the Netherlands here by a little bit.
They are still holding though. I think it's going to be the end where this is decided, really. As long as nothing major happens in this longer stream section coming up.
Yep, some long streams here. Oh, and there goes Phalanx. He whiffs the stream. Some act drops, but that's the only break we're seeing at the moment. And then Gids right at the end of that, so it is going to be...
As well as Haiku. Flips right back over to the Netherlands. Big change.
3 FCs to just the 1 and an almost FC on the Hong Kong side. Not over yet though, be careful of the ending.
Be very careful of the ending. A fail can still decide this. The
we go.
score is still... Viv!
Oh, Vivlium!
Viv!
Oh, yeah, you see? You've got to be careful of the ending. There goes Vivlium. And the point will be Hong Kong's. They fail deciding it. That is so unfortunate. They had that. 2 FCs.
We get some clarification on that. Yeah, he did indeed fail.
Oh man, that's one way to start the matchup. Hong Kong gifted.
Oh, a slight slip up.
Seen some 2 high arc FCs though from Taku and Chaos Litz there. Almost 99% from the both of them on a
It's
OD9
impressive
stream.
on a map like this, yeah. Of course, Viv not happy that failed score invalidates the entire score, but hey, but just don't fail. It's the name of the game.
So what's next here? Hong Kong winning that breakpoint. And they have the next pick as well in tow. All 3 hiddens are open, including the low approach rate hidden. So
I'm not sure whether they go for that, or at least this early.
I don't think they should go for the AR8 this early, no, either. Probably maybe later on when nerves are a bit more tense, when it's a bit closer. Because Netherlands have some players that are going to be comfortable on that.
Oh yeah, there's a lot to be said about timing of these picks. You could pick it after AR9, which is all well and good, or you could pick it after AR10, Hard Rock, which it's the bigger change. It's a bigger drop down in approach rate. Do go for Nadeshiko Color Heart.
Or no one. The alternate style map. Big spaced streams and some awkward little squiggly shapes to follow. Some awkward patterns in this.
A lot of cursor control needed. A lot of finger control needed. Slow. Keep your patience.
This is certainly one of the harder ones to be consistent on in the pool, I think. This is a bit more of a wild card pick.
We saw it last match, Japan against Norway. There were some big drops. People struggling to keep combo in the latter half. Will we see a repeat?
I recall, I mean, this was in the group, so it's not too reflective of this, but I do remember that it was the alternating pick that Netherlands won against the US. They won on railway terrorism. I remember that. But I feel like that's not too indicative of a map like this. Sounds a lot more comfortable than this one is. But they did win that one.
I'm not sure. I think this is a lot more to do with flow aim than that one, which was more to do with the snap aim.
Oh yeah, to be fair, railway terrorism had a lot more sort of sharp corners in it. This one has a lot more streams in. Yeah, I see what you mean.
We did, though, just see Netherlands win on streams. This is similar, but much slower.
And much more spaced.
But of course, talking about spacing, Viv did fail the end of the last map. Is there fail potential on this one?
I'm not sure. I mean, there is a circular stream near the end. I think there's plenty of time to revive then, right? There's a bit of mapping afterwards that's not too bad. Or was it really close to the end? I don't think so, though. It's not nearly as bad as that last map, though, for sure. the last one, it just throws a space stream right at the end, and that's just it. Oh, looks like we have our lineups locked in. Noah coming in for this one. Gladio also coming in for this one too, for the Netherlands side.
Apparently no one not wanting to play this was what I saw in the chat.
Well,
Could be wrong. He's in here now.
has got no choice.
We'll see how it goes.
Big thing with this is like sort of pentagonal streams in the verses, and then some tricky back and forth and stop-start patterns in the choruses. In terms of the patterning, both are pretty awkward. I think the choruses are more awkward because those back and forths and double stack things you'll see are not too easy to be consistent on. We'll see how it goes though.
It is very easy to slip up on those pentagonal streams in the choruses. Noah finds a miss, but it's only one to mirror Saku's, who misses again. Perhaps finding a match on either side, Noah and Saku cancelling each other out.
Yeah, as it stands. Minor combo advantage. Oh no, we're not minor combo advantage now. The kid's breaking. 3 FCs to 2 in advantage of Netherlands. Entering the first chorus. Here come those stop and starts, those triples.
Oh, 5 breaks,
Oh.
6 breaks. Everyone on the left side of your screen. It's just Saku and Chaos Lit's holding through them.
Massive. This part's one of the easier parts relatively. And those are big combos on the Hong Kong side they can leverage. But it was that like symmetrical pattern caught out the entirety of the Netherlands team. Ouch, man.
Yeah, it's harsh.
And of course, the 1 FC, it's Chaos Blitz. You gotta guess that one.
Saku drops the combo. Had been holding a 400. Now that is gone. Even combos across the board otherwise. Apart from Nanako, who also drops now. So 4 even combos versus 1 non-Gids drops. Now it's just Chaos Slits. There's 4 combos on Netherlands, and they're going to be building far faster than just the 1 FC that Chaos Slits has. They dropped them all!
3 breaks on the Netherlands side on the same pattern. So much for that advantage. Chaos Blitz still going. I think he's on 1-100 at this point.
And it's a big blanket miss again, but Chaos!
What is he doing? What is this? Talk about a one-man army.
Oh yeah. This man has to be one of the scariest names in tournaments, full stop. You see his name on the enemy team, and immediately you know it's going to be a tough match, as Chaos Litz locks his FC, his perfect FC, 2 100s, and the token 50 to go with it.
Wow. I think the client was a little bit behind, hence the oddness there, but I mean, you know what's happening there. Chaos Litz. What an insane run from the big Hong Kong man.
Gee, what else do you say about it? He secures that point for his team. He's back to the Netherlands to pick.
What
Team
now?
thanking him for the carry, as you do.
Oh yeah. Come on, you got a player like Chaos Litz, you know. You got to big him up for what he does. where the Netherlands go from here. A bit of a rough start from them. They should have had that first point, but Aragami caught them out.
Quite badly, in fact. They do go for bye-bye beautiful.
Well, they did ban DT Hong Kong, although this map, different style to Selfish. It is another old style one.
I know you were happy this was in the pool.
Oh yeah, this map is great. Quality. Although it is pretty awkward this. It's 222 BPM, not too fast, but plenty of awkward aim shapes. Lots of awkward anti-jumps. And pretty strange aim shapes throughout this. It's pretty consistent in its styling.
Another one that's about 4 years old, a good glimpse into the past of this one. 2014. October 11th, in fact, it was ranked.
It was ranked around the time that Aragami was uploaded then, roundabouts. I think right off the bat this is a good pick for the Netherlands. They did extremely well on double time last week.
Oh yeah, as we know.
Yeah, we learned that firsthand. So they're hoping to leverage that again.
This one, OD7. They're not massively tough to accuracy. Get accuracy on, but it's still there. You still need to be aware of it. As well as it being approach rate 8. Gonna multiply up to 9.6.
Here we go, map number 3. Netherlands. If they lose this one, they're going to put them in a rough position with Hong Kong getting that next pick. But it should be a good pick for them. Let's see how they perform. Seeing Haicool come back in for this one. Haicool is very much a hard rock and DT main. He's not a hidden player, but very handy on mods without it.
No streams in this one until about halfway through, so we're just going to be seeing a test of speed. Kids and Amnesia both fall. Not quite fast enough. What by Skizwai, actually?
Early on, advantage Netherlands, 3 FCs to 2. Amnesia with a couple breaks, but his team is backing him up so far. Those streams that Bob mentioned will be coming up pretty soon. There's not many, but there are a few. Here comes one. No problems there.
Everyone gets it. Combo's pretty stable again.
Yeah, not a lot to note. Since the last break there, everyone holding well. Of course, top hack. It's Jackie. Wouldn't have predicted
Directly
that one.
after the break. Skizwai.
Ooh. One more chorus to go, and this has some pretty tricky anti-jumps, some weird little sliders. The Netherlands in a good position here.
It's almost exactly the same show they put on against us.
Yeah.
Big combos, big accuracies, big proficiency.
Yep, that DT ban now is looking like it's going to be worth its weight in gold if this is how they're going to be on it. Oh my goodness. What a performance there from the Netherlands, and they needed that. They are on the board with 3 full combos from Vivlium, Phalanx, and Jackie Lam. Excellent stuff from them.
Jackie losing his accuracy at the end, but again, 99. Yeah, you can joke about Jackie-Ack as much as he wants, but when he pulls out stuff like that,
Yeah, it's like he can act, man. He can do it. When he wants to, he can do it. Once again, though, Chaos Litz with his third FC of the match so far. 3 out of 3 for him. But it's not enough for this point. So there we go, next pick going to Hong Kong. Still with that point lead, and with the next pick, they're still in a good position here. You just look at that point and you just mark that down, go next. Not a lot they could have done against that performance.
yeah, that was a pick. That was a comfort pick if ever I've seen one.
For sure. So you can immediately rule out that remaining DT, I think. Still playing to leverage. All of Hidden is open. All of 3 Mod is open. I do wonder if a couple of those 3 mods would actually be a good choice for Hong Kong. Like here and Soshi Soai, I think will be decent picks for Hong Kong. I think they'd have the mod players to cover those pretty well. Maybe the 2 for AR would not be though.
They should just go Pandemonium instead.
That works too.
Big sliders across the screen. Very technical.
Yep, it's Neil Perry. Sliders everywhere.
Full control over your cursor. Put it where it needs to go and click on time. Or at least hope you're clicking on time. There's a lot of interesting rhythms in this one.
Yeah, this one's quite nasty to read. Although, of course, they're going to have practiced it. They should be aware of the way the overlaps and weird rhythms go in this, but a lot of them are tricky, and it's at a pretty high speed too. Not only do you have to actually tap them, but a lot of those long sliders you have to follow. There are long sliders with ticks in them, so you can't cheese them, otherwise you will break. Those big whoop sections are nasty. Not easily cheesable, this, which a lot of players tend to do for the sake of comfort, but can't really do it in this. This is one of those maps that has tough sections split up by easy ones though. So if you get one of those tougher upstep sections, you can carry some combo through a pretty slow section. So that sort of momentum will be quite important in this, I think. There's 2 big tough sections to watch for.
Definitely a rise and fall in this match. In this map. You can even hear them in the preview. You know where it's going to be tougher than others. We'll get into it.
Yeah, nap move before. Can I get a cool cat and chat?
I was going to say, you already have high cool. Isn't he cool enough for you?
They got half of it. When he is pretty cool, to be fair. Just a very early break there from Saku, but we're not in the tough section yet. That's the important part, and we'll get to the first one now. Not a very long map, this. And here we go, immediately 2 FCs on Netherlands drop. Saku and Vivlium.
As well as the one from MCY. Everyone else holding strong. A good pick from Hong Kong.
Saku recovering well. Also with a very solid act to boot. Just an early little silly miss from him. Nothing major. Netherlands still within striking distance though. 2 FCs still in their repertoire here. Second whip section is very similar to the first.
Good drop from MCY, but mirrored by the entire Netherlands team. A big collapse from them, but Hong Kong staying with their 3 FCs pretty much. MCY missing again, but... What is this?
Whoa!
Excuse me?
That is actually incredible. Wow, Saku actually has the highest AC. Talk about redemption from that early miss. And then the rest of the team.
Keeping quite even with Gids on points, actually, just because of accuracy. And that's essentially 3 FCs. 1 early slider break from Saku. Yeah, he dropped 39 slider ends, it's fine.
Yeah, that's it.
3 100s!
Bloody hell.
5 100s from Chaos Slits! What's that?
That's insane. What a pick from Hong Kong. What a pick.
I mean, if the Netherlands pick was a comfort pick, what's this? That's a level above.
Any momentum from that last map from the Netherlands been matched by another ridiculous performance.
My god. Calm down.
Hong Kong with the next... Netherlands with the next pick. Not wasting any time. They know what they're doing.
They see their strength. They see Hong Kong's weakness, or maybe they think they do. DT2.
High approach rate DT though, this. It's not quite AR 10.3, but it's almost there. This is AR 8.8 base.
It's close enough.
Yeah.
Just about close enough. More like 10.2 instead of 10.33.
This one is more of a modern style double time map in terms of its patterns, whereas Bye Bye Beautiful was kind of old style, awkward. This one's more flowy. Got a few streams in this though as well. A bit more streamy than the previous one we saw. And well,
isn't that quite similar?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see a similar story unfold. 3.5 FCs, I suppose.
Another 3.5 FCs. I wouldn't put it past the Netherlands. I wouldn't put it past them. We've seen how cool rejoin for this one. No surprise there. This is the last DT remaining, so if this doesn't go Netherlands' way, they're all out of double time.
Surprised they picked this early as well. Maybe they just need that lead recovering. Get back to even and then power through with the rest of their picks.
So they still have a lot of the hard rocks open. They did well on that last time as well, so they've certainly got plenty more in the locker.
A lot of options for both teams still on the board. Do want to mention, Jackie Lam almost wasn't in the Netherlands team. He's currently studying in Japan, playing on a laptop.
Yeah. Playing around the same time zone as Hong Kong, so works out well for him. It's a long map this as well. A lot of combo to be had. And a lot of comebacks to be made potentially.
Again, similar story to most of the starts of other picks. One small early break from the Hong Kong side, and then evening up again.
Yeah, a few of the players have been starting out slow. A lot of early breaks from them. But they are recovering well so far, but Gotta be careful for that, it can bite them. On a map like this, it could be quite scary, but...
It's, I think his first miss of the match.
It is. His streak is gone. 5th map in. I'll knock him for this performance so far, though.
No, not at all. Mirrored by Phalanx, but then doubled up by Gladdy from the Netherlands. Not quite as comfortable as Netherlands would have liked. Hong Kong power through. 2 FCs to 2, and then that extra little bit on Haiku. They see the leads in their favour in this break.
Yeah, up to them to just get in the flow and keep the cool.
Of course, they can loosen up now. As long as they hold strong, they're good. They have this point in the bag. And Viv dropping is going to help them. There goes an FC.
I was going to say they'd be... This is what, the 2 FCs remaining for Netherlands would have been quite comfy, but of course now it's only Jackie left. Jackie seems quite comfy with that ack. No problems with the speed on his side, that's for sure.
The Jackie carry. How does he do it? Especially on a laptop. Do you reckon that's what's giving him his accuracy?
the special setup he's got going on.
The missing frames are forcing him to hit frame perfect.
There it goes. That's like the secret training regimen that is. Play at like 50 hertz, or whatever his laptop is. But I mean, it's not looking enough right now because Hong Kong are definitely stepping up where they didn't on Bye Bye Beautiful. Although the combos from Netherlands are gaining once again.
Yeah, they are there. Breathing down Hong Kong's neck, ready to capitalise if anything goes wrong.
A little bit like the Gids though, still with that insane accuracy. He's the MVP right now.
Wow.
Gids man putting in work. He's one of the mainstays for the Hong Kong team.
But collapse. Haikul and Skizwai both drop their combos. Big combos in the Netherlands. Might take it back last minute. We're getting into the last few hundred combo, but Viv breaks. Now it's 3 big combos to 2.
I don't know. I think they still need more. They still need more, man.
Oh, and with Phalanx dropping as well, that might seal it. Chaos drops the 1.4k he had, but not enough time. Not enough combos still left on the Netherlands.
Gids. That
Jackie,
FC
in fact, nearly a match. Cancelling out his score. But yeah, Gids.
It ended up being a close one in the end, but Hong Kong had the lead the entire time until 2/3 in. They had the combos, the early breaks from Netherlands, stumping them somewhat. And yep, 2 FCs from Gids and Jackie Lam with very solid acts from the both of them. But it was a team performance. Combos across the board from Hong Kong. Incredible. 1300, the lowest combo from Chaos Litz. His team putting in the work this time. And now, 3-point lead here for Hong Kong. With the next pick in tow, they're feeling good.
And now what? That's the second break point of the match. Hong Kong heavily in the lead now. And it's their pick, they're in control. They can put it on match point right now if they choose the right map.
Well, the DTs are gone, so that has been stumped, but I mean, Hong Kong proved they can fight on that, so that wasn't too much of a problem, but now, don't have to worry about it. Plenty of Hiddens left, plenty of Harlocks left. The entire free mod pool is open. Or they could go for the Amy no mod, which is the only no mod remaining. They have plenty of options. With that hidden pool open, I'd like to see a hidden pick right now from Hong Kong. think that'd be a decent shot right now. Especially after playing that high AR. DT. Gids with the shake, but ooh, he did it. Not being phased. I might be biased, but I really want to see 2 for AR again. I don't think that's a good pick against Netherlands, to be honest. A map like that might be a map they might be quite decent at.
Taking their time to pick, who can blame them?
I don't think there's anything that's clearly going to be a good pick against them. But I just think with all the other mods being picked, throwing a hidden in the mix would be a good mix-up against the Netherlands, who are shaken right now. But they're not doing that. They're going for the last no mod.
Straight consistency. Of course, after performing so well on Pandemonium, performing so well on Nadeshiko. 2 for 2 right now. Much slower than the last map.
Yeah, this one is all aim. Big jumps in this. It's one of the highest star rating maps in the pool. It suggests big spacing. Lots of back and forth jumps in this, especially in the choruses. And it's a long map as well. As Bubble said, big consistency required. And I think Hong Kong are in a better position to be dealing with picks like this. Much more comfortable. Netherlands have the stronger players mechanically, I'd say. If they've kept their mentality in check, they should be perfectly capable on this. And I think that's the big deal on this map, it's keeping it cool. There's a lot of people on these teams that are going to be fine on this solo, but how they do it now is the question.
Of course, the Netherlands, just by merit of their higher ranks, they've shown they can play this sort of thing. They know they're good with higher mechanical requirements. But of course, we've seen AO Slits, we've seen Gids on that last map. This is why on the warm-ups, everyone can play this sort of thing.
They're going to be fine on it, yeah. I mean, Chaos Slits, he's only missed once this match. I wouldn't put it past him to FC this. If anything, this is one of the most comfy maps of the pool. If he can do the other stuff, odds are he's going to probably FC this or get close. But of course, I mean, obviously not a given, but I think the odds are in the favour for him. Gids has had an extremely good match as well, though.
Have to keep your head clear. Go in with confidence.
Yep, it's the name of the game. The teams are in. And I mean, the Netherlands have confidence as well in the 4 they've put in. All 4 of these players have FC'd at least one map this match. So they've already done it in this match. Netherlands do it again here on a map where it's incredibly important to be comfortable.
Slight misstep by Chaos Slits at the start.
No, the shriek!
A slow start from HK. It's not massive, only about 10 combo.
Jackie opened up with some act drops of his own, so that's essentially equalised it. It's actually in favour on the app for Hong Kong, but watch this space. Every miss is important. dealing with the first chorus alright though. Yeah, everyone dealing with that well. Still not a lot in it.
I was about to say Hong Kong on merit of accuracy are taking this. Chaos Let's dropped a few hundreds, so I daren't speak. Be a little bit more safe in the slower section now, though.
Tempting fate there. But still, I think it's on the basis of Jackie's early act drops. But they are slowly reeling in. Slowly, but not by a lot. It's still Hong Kong's favour right now. Here comes the next big jump section, next chorus.
It's HK, the first to break and only to break. Kids! The drop in that build-up section. Followed up soon after by Amnesia, but the damage has been done. It's about 30,000 points of lead now on the Netherlands side. And Chaos Slits misses as well!
Bit more jump section to go. Just a bit.
He misses again. Thought that was also a miss from Viv, but must have been mistaken.
No. Advantage Netherlands. And they see it. Still one more big jump section to go. Oh, Jack drops there from Jackie, but he's still holding on. And they are running away with it now. Slightly easier section, but not really easy at this bit. Not nearly as jumpy.
And while Gade struggles with that combo, Amnesia, after the miss, has built up 400.
Yeah, VFC's to 2 though. Still anyone's game here.
Especially getting into the last chorus. This build-up section does claim the combo with Jackie.
Oh, Jackie! Still 2 FC's to 2 though. Still advantage Netherlands here.
Jackie, Gades, Chaos all sharing misses. Amnesia just bolstering the reserves.
Yeah, he's recovering well.
Netherlands, oh, Phalanx drops the FC. Jackie misses again, but Saku mirrors it. It's 1-1. Viv and Skizwy. And that might be all she wrote. There's only 100,000 more possible points in the drop from
Definitely is now.
Skizwy. Seals it.
Yeah. The last man standing is Vivlium. The only FC remaining, and he will avoid the match point there. Winning that break point as well. 4-2, Netherlands fighting back here. Strong performance there across the board. Amnesia recovering well after breaking in the middle. But Jackie and Phalanx doing well for the rest of the team. Saku and Skizwy though making it very close. Rip the streak from Jackie.
Rip
but he
the
did good enough.
streak.
I'd say that's good enough.
Yeah.
So what now? Next pick, Netherlands. And they have to mix it up a bit more now in their next pick. The no mods are gone. The double times are gone. They are completely exhausted here. It's time for them to push the belt out and go for something different. I think it's a good time for identity, personally. I think this is a good time to pick identity.
For the Netherlands?
Yeah. I think this is a good shout. Now, Hong Kong are going to be decent on it, no doubt. But so will the Netherlands, I think.
Interesting.
I mean, last week they might have not had the best run, but they have the players for it. Jackie did well. on that hidden pick, and he's had a good match. And I think this map actually benefits players like Noah much better.
Oh
than
yeah,
last.
definitely.
Depending on how they're feeling, of course.
Yeah, he definitely on form. It depends on how Noah took that pick he played before, Nadeshiko Colorheart. How's he feeling after that one?
Yeah. If he's not feeling it, then perhaps not. But if he's feeling identity, I'd love to see it. But I guess we'll see. We'll see what they want.
We could also see free mod. None of the free mods have been picked so far, well as none of the hiddens.
Need to win now for your pick 'em. Well, it's up to you, Jackie. But he has had a good match so far, Jackie. Gid's also had a good match in terms of his FC count. Chaos Lutz, of course. And the FCs across the board for Netherlands so far. The team's been chipping in, although they're under the cotch here. Oh, here comes the free mod. First pick from that pool. So here we go, first pick from this pool. This is one of the tougher maps in the pool, I'd say. This is relatively speedy, not fast, but it's pretty high tempo. Lots of tricky patterns in this as well. There's some tricky parts with doubles and weird stacks that's around in the middle. But in between that, relatively standard. Quite a few kick sliders as well we've got to be careful of. But in terms of the mechanics, this is one of the tougher ones in this pool. I think this does fit well for either hidden or hard rock though, depending on the player's preference. Wouldn't be surprised to see a bit of a mix and match. But on the same token, with this being a bit more mechanically intensive, I wouldn't be surprised to see quite a few hiddens on this. Hard rock's possible, depending on the players.
I'm not sure many people are going to go for hard rock on this. I think it's going to be mostly hidden. As GLHFs come out, I have just been informed that every purchase of a profile banner gives your favourite player 1,000 more points on a map. So get those profile banners on your pages. Give your team some power.
There we go.
Proven scientifically. Literally pay to win now.
We're going to have the Netherlands win by 10,000 points. It's Hong Kong's 8,000, hell yeah. But yeah, real talk. If you want to support your favourite team and contribute to the prize pool, the Osu World Cup banners are in the Osu store.
This time the slow start goes to the Netherlands. Small miss on the intro from Viv.
Not much else apart from that though, but here comes one of the tougher sections. In the first chorus.
A lot of awkward aim involved in every free mod pick. Viv missing again. Hidden not treating it very well, neither is it treating Phalanx well at all. Another drop.
Yeah, mod players, they're struggling a bit. Halfway point, still 4 FCs on the Hong Kong side here.
Yeah, you say that.
Well, look, 3 FCs.
The thought was there. Amnesia though does follow it up.
From the
Big
weird
rhythm
stacks.
section. Yeah, Amnesia and Viv. Not quite comboing through that. Skizwy misses.
But they've still got 2 FCs on the Hong Kong side. Still in an excellent spot entering the final chorus. It's all on Gladdy here for the Netherlands, and with 500,000 to make up. It's not going to happen. There's not enough left.
Not quite enough, but they can make a good show of it. Chaos has dropped his combo. So has Gladdy, though. No more FCs for the Netherlands. One big combo in Phalanx. But it's not quite enough to stop Hong Kong going to match point.
Yep. Not how Netherlands wanted this one to go. Hong Kong take the break point and will take the next pick on their match point. The FC there from MCY. Solid stuff from him. And the general team performance on that one was just a little bit stronger. Gladdy had an attempt. Solid combo from him, but it's just not going to be enough here.
Nobody quite there to back him up. 1 miss on Gladdy, 2 on Viv. Just one section Phalanx. Mostly in the middle of the map.
This is brutal. It's the worst part to miss too. Just unfortunate. Yeah, decent
Now,
act though.
Where did HK go?
Hard Rock, Hidden, and Free Mod is what remains. Oh, we're not wasting any time. Seeing our first Hidden pick. And, well, Viv and Phalanx did have a couple issues at the start. They recovered alright, but Hidden is what's been picked again. For those two, at least, anyway, if they choose to play it. Pretty short map, this. Tricky streams. Tricky 5-note bursts with spacing changes in the middle of them. Tricky slider shapes. It's Camellia. There's always going to be a bit of a modern style tech in there, even though it's only a little bit. This isn't really a tech map. Got some tricky aim patterns coming off streams for sure.
Something I have noticed, and I don't know if you've picked this up as well, but the names you see as mappers, mostly on the Hong Kong side, Gids, Chaos Lits, they have arguably the better reading on the more experimental types of mapping, the spaced bursts, the gaps between the end of a 4-note string and then a slider. They're used to seeing this sort of thing. They're used to making it themselves. They're used to playing around in the editor. A lot more experience in seeing these different types of patterns.
Yeah, I see what you mean. It's when when the mapping and the test playing it, used to playing the same patterns like 20 times to make sure they're fine. Things like that. They're well versed in it for sure.
Welcome to the jungle.
We got fun and games.
Not fun and games for the Netherlands. High pressure situation, of course. As you said at the start of this match, this is the first of the losers bracket matches of this weekend. The loser here is going home.
Yeah.
And I don't think either team is ready to call it.
There we go then. Match point with Hong Kong's pick. Let's see how this one goes. The teams are in. Phalanx and Vivlium are in this one again. Let's see what they can do. Jackie not confident. Little sad face there.
He's being forced to play it, apparently.
Can't blame him. But they've been one of the stronger players, Jackie, for the Netherlands.
Maybe they just want to scapegoat. Blame the Jackie Ag.
If all else fails, blame the Jackie act. Here we go. First tough section.
It is Gears with the first drop, as well as Chaos Slits. This is a short map. You can see the scores already above 1 million. There's a slower intro section, high spacing section. There's a slower build up, and Phalanx misses as we get into the big spacing.
Oh, Saku drops though. 1 FC left for Hong Kong versus 2 on the Netherlands side.
Being forced to play this? I don't think so, Jackie. You're the only one with the FC left for the Netherlands. And MCY, Colte drops the combo.
The second part is catching them out.
Nobody's able to keep anything. Some big drops all around, and Jackie.
No,
Who cares about that Jackie act? You can blame that all you want, but when you're keeping a combo that high,
just
what
don't
can
miss.
the other team do? Just don't miss.
Not over yet. There's still fight left in this Dutch team. They take the break point, bring it 5-3, with the next pick in tow too.
Oh man.
Now here's where things get interesting. Jackie with that FC.
95%, not quite 900k. Coming in clutch, apparently never FC'd that. But he's on form today. He's flying high. Takes it for his team. 1 pick left. 1 choice. Where do you go?
Choose well.
Netherlands has to take a break point. And then they also have to take their own pick. To take their pick first. As long as they know what to pick, they are a little more safe. Do you think HK will have saved a pick? Hong Kong team keeping 1 back for this specific scenario.
Perhaps. But the thing is, like, from what's left, all the comfortable picks are gone, apart from maybe Paradises. But that's a stretch. I mean, I guess we'll see if Hong Kong need it. I think, though, Netherlands might be clutching at straws. Although I still maintain they might. I think they should go for identity again. But they seem to be avoiding it. Maybe not. There's plenty of choices, though.
They did win High Free Spirits. Maybe they go for Paradises off that.
That'd be a
Relatively
decent
similar
shout.
mapping styles, just with the addition of Hidden. And we've seen Chaos Slits apparently doesn't like Hidden. Said it in chat before the map. They do have 2 Hard Rocks left as well. Wadatsumi, Hollywood Galaxy.
Yeah, I think Paradises is a good shout, like you said. Especially coming off that Hidden pick and taking a win off it. And at least in the first half of Entrance of the Jungle, they did pretty well. Although Paradises, very different map. But yeah, they did win the last sort of super jumpy map. And that map's a little bit faster as well. It's not fast, but...
Oh, that's a pick.
That's fast.
That's a pick. That's a Jackie pick.
Oh, for sure. Oh, yeah. Yeah, take you for a ride.
That's picking straight into Jackie Lamb.
I think it's picking into a few Netherlands players. I wonder if we'll see Gladdy for this one.
Yeah, you could be right.
Of course, this is a free mod, so on a map that's already quite awkward, this is a sort of oldish, no-guard map. Pretty fast, 220 BPM. Quite a few shapes in this, big symmetry jumps, quite a few squares, and at the end there's a big linear single tap pattern, which is pretty tough playing Hidden. Yeah.
Talk about big circles and you think, yeah, CS2. Big circles to click on. Nope, just actual big circle patterns. Catches a lot of people out. Really tough to keep a consistent motion going.
We do see Glady in for this one. He is in for this one. A lot of the lineup for Hong Kong not changing. A lot of it hasn't changed. Gids and Chaos Lits have been mainstays throughout this, and for good reason. They've performed well so far.
They're getting ready to play it. Who's going to take mods, do you think?
Well, there we
Hard
go.
Rocks.
What? Oh, okay. Okay. That's not what I expected. Vivlium going Hard Rock. Glady going Hard Rock.
I think it's what I expected from the Netherlands, but not what I expected from Hong Kong.
I mean, Gid's taking Hard Rock, and MCY ain't too bad. Gids is a very handy hidden Hard Rock player, I know that. There we go. Match point still, by the way. Hong Kong win this, they're through.
The Netherlands not going down without a fight. Misses on the intro from Amnesia, Chaos Lits, Vivelium. Slight combo advantage to Hong Kong coming into bulk of the song. Tell you what, they're definitely taking us for a ride.
Bit of a roller coaster this one. Here comes some of the dodgy squares. First one there, no one misses on it. The second set's tougher though. It's two
MC
squares.
wide.
Oh yeah. Never mind. I'm blind. Still advantage Hong Kong, I think. Well, it's very, very even. Next squares.
Might even be accuracy. Viv, Chaos Slits and Skizwai miss on those squares. And now,
Oh, that's the last FC gone for Hong Kong. Gids breaks. 2 FCs for the Netherlands and a good combo from Indonesia. As we enter, well, I'd say one of the relatively easier parts, but not easy.
Are you ready for the roughneck bass? Rude boy.
suppose people have been buying Netherlands banners. Another miss from Amnesia.
Oh yeah, that little 5-note stream's kind of scary, but the 2 FCs are carried through to this relatively easier section.
Was mirrored by MCY. Chaos Lits misses again, as does Gids and Skizwai. Everyone on the Hong Kong side missing. Resetting their combos completely, starting from nothing but the Netherlands. Jackie carrying 700 through.
Yeah, Jackie
He's on-
and Glady. Glady on the hard rock, that's not what I would expect, to be honest. I guess.
Vladdy is a scary hard rock player from what I've been hearing.
Is he?
Oh yeah.
Well, I guess he might be an old name, but he's not an old player in terms of his skill set, I suppose. I'm still too used to old Glady. He is a very different player to what he used to be.
And the big circle catches Glady, the older pattern. Catching out the older player. But this Netherlands team standing strong, leaning on this central pillar that is Jackie Lam, taking their pick convincingly 900,000 points.
Yep, huge team performance. Vivlium doing decently
97.
as well, and Glady. But it's all on Jackie. He has had a hell of a match, Jackie.
He has had an absolute corker. There is no mistaking that he might just be the MVP of this match. Chaos Slits, sure, he did really well to begin with, but Jackie has just been performing consistently on every single map he's been put in for, regardless of whether he thinks he can FC it or not. Is there a circle there? Well, his cursor's over it, and he's clicking on it.
And this is all despite the fact that he's like at the other side of the world playing on a laptop.
Yeah.
Crazy. Crazy. Next pick for Hong Kong, though. They still got to break a point to bring this to tiebreaker. Hong Kong still have the advantage.
Still all to play for. With that hard rock performance, I'd be worried if I was Hong Kong. I wouldn't be going for Wadatsumi. I wouldn't be going for Hollywood Galaxy. And what does that leave? Where do they go?
God, there's not a lot left. The most comfortable thing is Paradis's Paradoxium. And, well, maybe.
You really want to see that map, don't you?
I really want to see it.
I want to see it as well.
I want to see it so much.
That would be a class act to finish on. They choose to pick Paradisus, then maybe they lose it, maybe they win it. High Free Spirits didn't go their way. They choose to pick Wadatsumi, Hollywood Galaxy. They've got Vivelium to get through, they've got Glady to get through, they've got Jackie to get through. They choose to pick the last free mod.
Oh,
They do
yes!
take it!
Yes! Let's go. Let's go. But the thing is, I would have figured this would be a Netherlands pick.
I would have been completely the opposite. I would have said this would have been Hong Kong.
Well then.
They have the more experienced tournament players on their side. Jackie swaps out for Noah.
So what happens here?
What's his mental state like after the first pick he was forced in for? Nobody wanted to play it. What's Hong Kong's mental state in?
They've lost the last two. Momentum is in Netherlands' favour. It's not a long map, this. It's about 2 minutes. It's low BPM too. It's 150 BPM, I believe. Very linear. Lots of distance snapping. Some tricky rhythms sitting on like 1/3 patterns. 3/4. Some tricky little double stream patterns that jolt about in weird ways.
I think it was said in the showcase last week, and I have to agree. This is a map you pick if you're good at AR8 hidden. If you don't play this sort of thing very often, you're not going to have a great time on this. But if you know your way around this approach rate, you know your way around the mod, could work wonders. I think both teams have that capacity. I would give the edge to Hong Kong, but from the way this match has been going, we said at the start, they've proven us wrong many times.
I think either way, this is going to be a really intriguing map. Certainly one where they're going to need a cool head and a lot of energy.
You know the best way to give your teams energy?
What's that?
Buying a profile banner.
Yeah.
Get one at the Osu store. Support your teams, add to the prize pool.
Support them. They'll feel it. Every time they'll feel it. And they'll get a little bit more hope. There's a long wait before this.
Preparing.
Tense.
Making sure they're ready. Mentally, physically, might have to stop shaking, calm those nerves.
Yep.
And here we go.
Take some deep breaths. But here we go. Match point for Hong Kong. They win this, they go through. Otherwise, it's going to the tiebreaker. Here we go. Even though Glady's an old player, he's not really a low AR player. He's capable, but not, you know, it's not his most comfortable. Doing it right now, though, but first couple breaks going to... Oh, no, there's a few now. VFC to 2 in favour of Netherlands early on.
Another FC dropping. Amnesia. Velium as well, the AC lead on the Netherlands side. But the combo is there for Hong Kong. Only just though. It's incredibly tight right now. We're a third of the way in.
Only one FC left at this point, and that's Chaos Litz, the early MVP. But the general combos are in favour of Hong Kong too. More wage streams coming in, and both FC.
Oh,
The
no!
FC drops. Chaos Litz.
That was a big collapse for Hong Kong. A big collapse for everyone. All the combos go down, but Vivelium holding that 200 for just enough to give the lead back to the Netherlands. And now the combos are reset. Everyone has around 40 combo. It's all to do with accuracy, but Vivelium misses again, giving the accuracy lead to Hong Kong. And where do they go? Do they hold this combo? Do they hold these accuracies? 88% on Nanako. But no matter what, it's enough to keep them in the lead. Barely as we come up to the end of the map. Noah drops, Vivelium drops. The combos are strong on Hong Kong. Could they take this? The match point could be theirs. Chaos drops, Nanako drops, but it won't matter. They hit the final slider. And Netherlands come so close yet so far.
That one could have gone either way. I know we say that a lot, but that one was legitimately a wild card. But Hong Kong will finish off in the lead, and they will take that final point and guarantee their progression.
They came so close in the winner's bracket. They lost 6-4. They came so close in the loser's bracket. They lost 6-4. And they go home. The Netherlands. Very, very valiant effort. But the winners, Hong Kong, move on.
Yeah, that was a solid comeback attempt there from the Netherlands. They fought back through 2 points with some really solid plays on some of the trickier maps too, but they just couldn't quite get it to the tiebreaker. But they end it with a solid, respectable scoreline and a great matchup to make that happen. But props to Hong Kong. They held on through that identity pick just about, and they progress. Well done to them. Jackie and Chaos Litz both playing out of their minds. Chaos Litz in the early stages.
That was completely back and forth all throughout the match. And of course, it's over. Hong Kong take the victory, and we move on to the next match. It will be Canada versus Australia, and with me, Beast Troll MC and Kano join the commentary box. How are you doing, you two?
Yeah, doing great, man. How about yourself? That was an exciting match.
Oh yeah.
What a match.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, dude.
What a match.
That last pick was crazy. We saw a bunch of weird stuff happening, to say the least.
Back and forth completely.
I'll have to be honest, that last map was very all over the place, like a little bit more all over the place than I kind of expected for an A8 pick. But yeah, I mean, nonetheless, like that match overall was really, really close. Obviously taking it 6-4, like, can't complain about that one, to be honest.
I mean, AR8 pick has a desired effect. Keep you reading, keep the concentration, and you get it.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you think about this next match then? Canada versus Australia. I know where your loyalties lie, Kano.
I'm going for Canada on this one.
Oh,
really?
Of course, as always, I have to be biased towards my home country, but I mean, I still think regardless that this could be a very, very close match based on these two lineups. Not only that, but we're still in the stages of the pool where it's not too hard for, like, you know, one-sided victories based on, like, difficulty. So I'm excited for this match regardless.
For me personally, I'm also in favor of Team Canada, but you can't really give up on your own team too much so easily, because Doomy has been performing very well in these past couple of matches, and I don't know. I feel like Australia still has a chance if Canada isn't careful.
Either way, this one definitely shapes up to be an excellent match. But I guess we will leave you guys to it. You guys enjoy the matches. We'll bow out. Have a good one, guys.
Alright.
Thanks.
Take it easy, guys. Thanks.
Thank you very much for casting with me, Doomsday. I've been Bubbleman.
See you later, guys.
Until next time. But yeah, let's get into this one beast. We got Fighting Gold. This has got to be Australia's warm-up for sure. As always, you know, you got the flag and the song itself. It's a JoJo map.
That's called Australian pride right there.
Yeah, I mean, you got it all. You got the flag and JoJo. I would honestly say the Aussies have taken up JoJo as some sort of Aussie pride at this point, especially in the Aussies.
I mean, the anime itself is amazing. And honestly, the map itself isn't really that bad for a warm-up. You got all sorts of different aim jumps and all sorts of complex patterns in here. It does its justice for a warm-up, for the most part.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, overall, I think this match is going to be pretty close. We have two teams with some crazy good, like, a lot of juggernauts on both sides. Obviously, you know, you've got Aza, Vinxus, and still all very well-seasoned tournament players, but then you've got the likes of Grand, Bobby, Nomi, Machine, just so many other players on both sides that are just really, really seasoned tournament players overall. Canada does have a couple of new players stepping in this time around, but I mean, from the way that I've seen them performing, they're also players that cannot be underestimated at all.
Oh yeah, I agree. Canada actually having a huge reshuffle in their lineup, of dropping like pretty known players like On Orange, but they're also picking up really well-known players like Ryu K for the first time. It's pretty exciting to see.
Yeah, exactly as well. Ryu K was another one that I did actually forget to mention, but yeah, wild player who's been popping off in tournaments.
Actually, just most recently, he won the TwitchCon tournament at TwitchCon just recent. That was pretty cool against Id. But that's mainly the most recent stuff. Wait, did we just get a team fail? Oh no, that's just Eddie failing.
Yeah, I think honestly this map just has like a couple of people failing right at the end. It's always expected when it comes to that slider, man. That slider art is very interesting, to say the least. But
anyways,
yeah,
it is just a warm-up.
A lot of crazy performances overall, like in recent matches and community tournaments and whatnot. But yeah, definitely excited to see how all these players do perform in this map pool. Again, as I mentioned before, it's not too difficult, so I'm actually expecting a fairly close match, but we could see it go either way.
That is the pure essence of these tournaments, because even though the map pool itself may not be that difficult, it really depends on the raw consistency. So
yeah, exactly. I mean, you've also got team strategy as well, like the choice of picks and bans, particularly. Like, some teams might accidentally pick something that they think they can beat another team on, but, you know, it's like whether or not you choose to go for a comfort pick versus going for something that you think you can beat the other team on. Sometimes it can be risky because you may be performing really well on one map, and, you know, you get 4 FCs or something like that. But then when you play a map that you think you can beat against another team, you might see 2 or 3 FCs or something like that, but you might not actually be able to beat the other team just because it's more on your weaker side.
exactly, which is why practice isn't just the only thing that a team should really focus on. Making sure that you do the right research to know what team you're facing off against, like their strengths and weaknesses. That's also very important.
Yeah, I mean, for a circle clicking game, you wouldn't expect this much strategy involved, but there is a bit more than expected. A lot of teams really do think a lot about their picks and bans. So, and I mean, you know, it could pay off here.
It's I'm trying to like predict which maps each team would really favor, but both Canada and Australia have insanely good DT players, so I'm not really too sure which team would pick what.
Yeah, I would say picks and bans, like predictions for that kind of thing, is very hard when it comes to these two teams. There is a possibility that Australia might opt for maybe a hidden ban or something like that, I would say. They do have a couple players who don't really enjoy hidden that much, but they also have a lot of hidden mains, like Grand Senpai, Machine, and Lunaires pretty much all play hidden majority. I know Grand obviously takes it off and on once in a while, but he's usually favored towards hidden. And Aza obviously is one of the players that absolutely loves hidden, along with many others on the side of Canada. So you can't really count it out, but... And as you mentioned as well with the double time rosters, it could be either way, but I think Canada might have best interests to ban double time against Australia. They've always been really, really good when it comes to double time, and most teams usually ban double time against Australia. I think it's the safe choice regardless, but...
That's true.
Yeah.
That's very true.
What are your predictions for picks and bans in this one?
Honestly, like I said, I'm not really too sure. I'd like to see more of the no mod pool being used, because it seems like in the past, most players in general, or most teams, don't really seem to lean towards no mod. But I don't know. I would love to see more stream-based maps picked on either side, like Origami. It's just a fan favorite of mine to pick streams, but I don't know. I honestly don't know. Either way, if there aren't many players who are into specific gimmicks to pick against the other team, there are a pretty large pool of maps that are actually mainly consistency based, pretty generic maps that you would find in most currently ranked maps. Things like High Free Spirits are mainly just jump based and stuff. So
Yeah, exactly. At the moment as well, I believe that the client is currently not showing the other warm-up, so yeah, they might be going through with that one and we're just not seeing it right now. Yeah. Bear with us. We'll get it back up and running shortly.
So Kano, is there any specific map in the map pool that you're really hoping to see in this map?
I think as always, I'm just always really excited to see any AR8 hidden pick because, I mean, as we saw in the last one, it was a bit of a fiesta. But it's hard to say because there's just a lot of hype picks in this one in particular. I would love to see entrance played, but I think that's more likely to be a ban, maybe. Especially, I think it could be a ban against Canada from Australia.
I personally would love to see Entrance just because it's such an amazing song. But that's just me.
Yeah. Do you have any other maps in the pool that you'd be interested in seeing? I mean, Tiebreaker, of course, as always. We love to see Tiebreakers.
Oh yeah, Tiebreakers would be great to see, but who knows? With the match, with Canada versus Australia, it might actually get that close. So you never know.
I definitely wouldn't count a Tiebreaker out.
Oh yeah. In particular, though, I would love to see their performances on mainly like the older maps, like Blue Dragon's TU4AR, Renard's T. Yeah, that I don't know how to pronounce that map, but it's one of the more
take
classic.
You for a ride, basically.
Take you for a ride? Oh, I didn't even.
Yeah, that's
that makes yeah, that makes a lot of sense now. Okay, take you for a ride, but that map is an absolute classic. One of the most. It's one of the most well-known maps from back in the day. It's also one that Blue Dragon's more well-known for. So I would love to see that one played, just to see how players will perform on it.
Blue Dragon and Renard pretty much always going in. But we're actually getting into the bans right now, and so far we're seeing the first Hard Rock, Higurashi, being banned by Team Australia. So they're going for Hard Rock. That's quite a surprise, actually. I mean, I would expect Australia to have some players that are capable of playing a map like that, but it could just be one of those last-minute decisions based on how your team is performing. You never really know. I mean, another thing to note is that some of the players from Australia, I think, they're playing at a little bit of a late time, but at the end of the day, they're usually up this time anyway. Some of them took a nap beforehand, but, you know, could be still a little bit on the tired side. I think it's also kind of early for Canada, if I'm not mistaken. At least some places in Canada. So both teams are on, like, you know, almost sleepless city.
Yeah. Well, it seems like you were right with your prediction. Canada does ban the DT map.
Oh, this is interesting though. Canada banning out. Wait, so they banned out the Selfish, right? The third double time.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, going for Selfish ban, but they're also picking DT. a little bit of a surprise, to be honest. I'll have to say, but this is one of the more consistency-based double time picks. So, I mean, if Canada has formed a roster for it, as you mentioned, they do have some very strong double time players capable of playing these maps. So, gonna have to see how that one does pan out for them. But picking double time against Australia is very risky territory.
I guess it just goes into that that field of confidence, whether or not Canada is really confident enough to really take this pick away from Australia. Because Australia's probably realizing they're like, hey, these guys are actually picking DT against us, and they know, like, they have that knowledge that Australia is pretty strong on DT, so you might want to watch out. Let's just hope it doesn't backfire on them.
Yeah, this one could definitely be a very risky pick that might backfire on them, but if they're picking it, you're going to have to say that they're strong enough, without a doubt. So,
exactly.
I'm really curious to see how this one does turn out. It is one of the more consistency-focused maps, which is just, you know, focused on comfortable aim along with some burst streams. Nothing too tricky that these players can't handle, honestly. We've seen a lot of teams in this match, in these previous matches so far, perform really well on this pick as well. We've seen a couple of FCs come out, so we might see the exact same thing occur on this map. Probably a few random misses from players on either side.
And it could actually be those random misses that really determine the match, so you never know. You never know what could happen.
Yeah, that's the thing when it comes to these maps. It's like, you know, the misses always feel so random, but at the end of the day, like, it does come down to consistency too.
Coming into the start of the map, everyone seems to be holding their combo pretty well. Kind of expected. It's starting to ramp up a little bit, but intro's not. Canada will be holding the point lead for now, and just in terms of raw accuracy. But we'll see how that pans out for them throughout the rest of the.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time until accuracy shift back and forth. This map is definitely one that can see that kind of thing happening based on the bursts. You know, if you understream or overstream a burst, hit it too early, too late, anything can happen really. This is a kind of BPM that some players have a lot of trouble with keeping up with, but can still combo the map really well. But then there's other players who, you know, with sufficient warm-up, they may even accidentally overstream some of the bit. But Australia is actually starting to take this lead just a little bit. Still with an early miss as well. We didn't miss out on that.
I mean, we are seeing some pretty insane accuracy plays from Australia, with one person in particular. Ooh, Ryuke finding a critical miss right there.
Yeah, definitely a very uncharacteristic miss coming from Ryuke. I would say that's really unexpected, but at the same time, this is one of those more like comfort DT picks, something that, you know, you'd expect him to do a little tiny better on, but probably just warming up and breaking the nerves as well. That's always a possibility. The first map is always the worst when it comes to nerves in these games. So once you've broken through that, you should be fine. Ominami finding a miss there as well, right after the slow section. Dummy dropping as well.
If Canada can hold on to their combos, they might be able to bring this back. But right now, assuming that they don't have the leaderboard enabled right now, they actually don't know that Australia actually missed. So they're just trying to pull through.
Yeah, despite Stoof's miss really early on, that's going to give him plenty of time to build up a really, really high combo. And this could go either way depending on any more misses that occur in this match. At this point, it is going to look like it's going to go back in Canada's favor ever so slightly within a bit of time.
You can already see the lead starting to drop. And there it is. Canada retakes the lead. It is past the halfway point. Now, in this section, misses are going to be absolutely crucial.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Like, I mean, here we are talking up like Vinxus, Stoof, Aza, Ryuke, and then we got Eddie and Trev Rasher being the ones holding the full combos at the moment. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Canada has, like, stepped up their lineup with some of these newer players stepping in now. Ominami finding another miss. Again, it's like he's hitting these really, really hard build-up sections, but then finding misses shortly afterwards. Blobby as well, missing just before that. It's not looking good for Team Australia at the moment. This is going to go right in favor of Canada.
Yeah, I think this one's over. Ugati actually still holding the full combo, but being the only one versus Canada's 2, as well as actually every single player is in their 4-digit combos. You can't really do much against it.
Yeah, at this point it's all too little too late. Canada is holding on to those 4-digit combos, as you did say, and Australia only has 2 to compete with that. Eddie dropping at the end there, but still doing a solid performance nonetheless, getting over 1 million points. Trev Rasher FCing with 99% accuracy, very, very impressive performance from him, along with Ugadi as well, getting 99 points. That was very well played by Canada, and yeah, that was their pick after all. They did come in strong on that one, so taking a double time pick away from Australia, that is not an easy task. And they have proven strong here.
I guess it really shows just how well prepared they are for this tournament to even take away a DT pick from Australia. Like you said, that is a very impressive feat, but it seems like Canada is putting their best foot forward for this one. But
So now we got Australia going for the first free mod, which is here. Bit of an awkward map, a lot of anti-aim patterns, uncomfortable aim patterns, I would have to say. Probably going to expect a lot of players to go with hidden, but we may see some hard rocks.
Hard rocks might actually make the map slightly easier to read, but like you said, the awkward anti-aim sections in the map itself are going to be very, very dangerous for hard rock players, as the window to really hit it is that much smaller.
Yeah, and not only that, but you also do have a relatively slow stream in the middle. Either that, or perhaps you could consider a single tap pattern, depending on the player that you. Most people will probably single tap it just for the comfort of accuracy, especially if you are going for the hard rock on this one, because trying to comfortably alternate that kind of BPM on hard rock is not an easy task for most players.
Oh, yeah,
but if you're
definitely.
a seasoned hard rock veteran, you're going to be fine with it. So yeah, seeing a bit of a roster switch up here. We are getting Machine in, and Grandy Senpai as well coming in for this one. Aza jumping in along with Squabble.
I think we all know what mod Aza is going to take. Aza is well known for his hidden mastery, so
yeah, probably expected from him there. Machine and Grandy are probably also going to be going for hidden on this one. Although there is a possibility that Grandy could go for no mod, and maybe one of the other players may take a mod, but I think at this point we're probably going to expect 2 hiddens on both sides for this. Taking hard rock can be a bit of a risk, but it really depends on whether or not you have like a solid hard rock player that can comfortably FC map.
precisely.
But yeah, guys, don't forget as well to cheer on for your favorite team, whether you're going for Canada or going for Australia. Make it known in chat, and also if you want to as well, you can support them by getting. Are you a supporter of Team Canada or are you a supporter of Team Australia? Make it known.
Yeah, I think you're starting to cut out a little bit. The supporter banners that you can purchase from the store, if you want to make your support for those teams public, you can buy a banner and display it on your profile. We're actually seeing a lot of hard rock face on this one. Whoa. 2 on Team Canada and 1 on Australia.
Yeah, that's actually quite a surprise to see as many mods on this one. Hard rock, 1 hard rock from Australia, 2 hidden, and then 2 hidden and 2 hard rock from Canada. That is crazy overmodding there, in my opinion, but it could pay off.
Meanwhile, Azer and Grandy Senpai actually finding a break. It's pretty early in the map though, so they have plenty of time to really recover from it, but Canada is still going to hold the lead though. Both of those misses were around the same time. Oh, but Yuki-chan also finding a break. That's going to shift the lead back over to Australia. Oh, I didn't even realize Trev Rasher actually finds a break as well. It's not really looking too good for Canada right now. But they still have quite a bit of time.
Yeah, most definitely. And they do still have the mod advantage, but I mean, mod advantage doesn't really pay off that much if you don't have combo advantage there. Trev Rasher finding a miss on that slow stream. Going for the ult on that. Surprised to see. I mean, most players would probably comfortably single tap a pattern like that, but again, it depends on who. If you've got the speed and the stamina for it, by any means, Godspeed.
Squawple finding a break right here in the middle of the map, right in the midway point. It seems like Canada isn't really performing too well. And right as I say that, Grand actually finds another miss. That's just going to be his second one. But really, since it's already past the halfway point, the combos are really going to start mattering. Then again, it is so hard to hold a combo on these anti-aim jumps, as we're seeing a lot of breaks from both teams, really. Machine also finding a break. Acer now being the only one with the highest combo on their team. Doomy and the Aminami holding insane combos for Australia. It's going to be really hard to fight off against it.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, right now we've got Acer holding onto the highest combo in Canada, and you've still got 2 higher combos on the side of Team Australia. Dummy is finding a miss there on Hard Rock as well, but I'm actually really surprised by Grandee's performance in this one. He's pretty good at this map when it comes to hidden. I think he's actually got a score on the leaderboards in particular, but yeah, might not be having the best of time reading some of these patterns, you know. Also, I think it's his first map breaking into nerves. Nami also finding a miss, but Machine, oh my goodness, there are so many combos being reset on the side of Team Australia. We're in a slow section. I don't think there's enough time, but Azer is holding on to a really high combo here, almost in the 4-digit ranges. Yuki and Trev Rash are also building up combos. Is there an opportunity for Canada to make a comeback here?
I'm not sure if there's enough time yet. If Azer can actually hold on to this combo, there might actually be a chance. Yuki-chan finding a break though, that's not going to be too good, but Trav Rasher is slowly building up his combo as well. The lead is slowly going towards Canada.
This could also come down to an accuracy battle as well. Australia needs to hold on to that accuracy, but it's going back in favor of Canada right now. Azer is holding on strong here. Trev Rasher as well, building a high combo. All the combos being reset from the side of Team Australia is going to make this one go back in favor of Canada.
Wow. Grant
that was
also
an
finding a miss at the end.
Insane performance from Azer there, and also Trev Rasher managing to build up a high enough combo to help support in the end. Canada also had some really high combos coming in, and Squapple only had slider breaks in that map with Hard Rock. Absolute madman.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm really surprised at that. I really thought that was going to be in favor of Australia there, especially since it was their pick.
Yeah, I mean, we saw all the combo resets on the side of Canada. Besides Azer, I think he had an early miss, but yeah, we saw all those combos reset, and Australia was still holding on to 2 full combos at the time. And then pretty much after the halfway point, we saw those combos drop. Everyone resets, but Azer is still holding on, and Trev Rasher managed to build up a really high combo to help support him and bring that one back.
Stellar performances from both sides, but Canada just manages to clinch it right at the end. Really impressive. But we're going to be going into this next map. It's going to be Paradoxium. A mainly aim-based map, I'd say. Pretty consistent overall, but I believe it does specialize in aim.
Yeah, this map is a fairly comfortable map for most players, I would say. It basically features a lot of aim and some stream. Nothing too complex for players of this caliber. And of course, everyone's favorite anime.
Season 2 win.
But yeah, seeing a little tiny bit of a roster switch here. Ryuk is going to be coming back in along with Squapple staying in, Stoof jumping in for a hidden pick, and Jordan the Bear is going to be stepping in for Australia. Definitely one of the players very well known for his phenomenal aim and overall consistency on these aim and comfortable.
There are a couple of streams in this map, if I do recall correctly, so that's also going to be pretty tricky, especially with Hidden. Hidden tends to be fairly difficult on stream maps.
Yeah, some of the stream patterns in this are definitely capable of, catching some of these players off guard, but nothing too complex overall.
Well, looks like we'll be getting right into it.
And yeah, this is Canada's pick, so they're probably going to be looking for a very strong, solid performance on this one. It just might go in favor of them, because I was talking about how I was expecting Australia to go with some hidden bans against them. This is one of the more comfort picks, which could honestly go either way. It just really comes down to, the consistency on it. But I'm going to have to see how it does play out. Obviously, Canada has performed really well so far on their picks. And even on the pick from Team Australia, they did really well. I think one thing that most of us are surprised about is there's no Azer on this one. It's a hidden map, come on.
Well, I guess he's not really too comfortable in terms of just the raw aim stuff. I believe Azer is just more strong in terms of just like technical abilities. But even though his aim is like really good, I'm not too sure about his raw consistency overall. But we are seeing some huge breaks over on Canada's side. Eddie and Stu breaking on the jump pattern, whereas Australia only finds one break with Doomy. Oh, wait, Machine also breaks. Overall, the board is still looking pretty even.
Yeah, you got two full combos against each other and two combo resets pretty much at the exact same point. I would have to say accuracy is well in favor of Canada. They have two 99s and some 97 versus, I think, a 96. I think I also see a 93. Oh no, that's a 98. Gotta get my glasses clean.
Seems like most players are doing fairly well on the streams. But the jumps in this map are brutal, so... Reaching the halfway point, still two full combos on either team. It's really going to start to depend on those guys to really hold it through, because any break from this point onward is going to be detrimental.
Yeah, based on accuracy right now, this is looking to go in favor of Canada, but there is still multiple possibilities. Ooh, Jordan the Bear hitting near full 100 stream, but he's still holding on, and that's the thing that matters. Any drop at this point is crucial. This point could go either way right now.
All players hitting the stream.
This is going to get so close right at the end. It's going to come down to any miss. Is it going to happen? Are we going to see a potential comeback from Australia or a solidified victory for Canada? Nomi dropping there, Eddie dropping there as well. Eddie missing an entire stream. That's going to be a lot of accuracy tank, but Machine also dropping as well. That is not going to be good for Australia.
Canada still with two full combos. Australia only with one remaining. Doomy's not too far behind holding up a combo, but it doesn't really look too good for Australia.
Yeah, Canada needed more of their players to drop there in order for any comeback from Australia. It is not happening. This is going in favor of Canada. They will be taking this point on their pick. 3-0. Ooh, players missing at the end there. Almost fail potential.
Ryu-K still coming in with a full combo. Very impressive.
Yeah, only played a full combo that. Only played a full combo that map. I thought Stoof did for a second, but his accuracy, as always, expected 99s. But yeah, now the pick goes back in favor of Australia. They have the opportunity to pick something that they're comfortable.
So far, Canada proves to be performing extremely strong in this match so far. Australia, not so well at the moment, at least. They still have plenty of room to really make it back, but their time is starting to run out. 3-0. That's a lead to Canada, right?
But Canada also have the momentum train going. That's another thing. They are 3-0 against Australia. Like, can you imagine how hype their team would be right now? Australia is probably also losing a little tiny bit of motivation after it, but yeah, they're on a hype train at the moment, and they are not planning to stop.
Australia just needs to find a way, a certain pick that they know will go into their favor, or just their advantage. They need to stop this momentum if they really want to bring it back, because every single pick that Canada picks up is just going to basically solidify their lead.
Yeah, and they're going for the bye-bye beautiful double time pick. A bit of an awkward aim, focused, relatively old mapping style, which for a lot of the newer players is usually pretty uncomfortable. Not so much enjoyable, but still most of them are capable of playing these kinds of maps. It's not like it completely alienates them, so. But Australia going for that comfort double time pick, as always. But we did see Canada take one away from Australia, so can we see it happen again?
That's the question that needs to be answered.
Will Canada respond to Australia with yes on their double time? And yes, we can take that from you.
Then again, like you said, it is very old styled. We could be seeing a couple of breaks on some of the more less intuitive patterns. So you really just gotta see how players are really going to perform on it.
So we're actually seeing Vinx has come in for this one, as expected for a double time pick. No major roster changes from the side of Australia. We do see Ubidi jumping in though. They've been going with similar rosters at the moment. I think they're just still sticking to, you know, players that they know who can perform really well in this. But at the same time, like, some people might just not be having a good time. Could be like tired, or, you know, just not feeling it on the day. Maybe it might not be a bad idea for them to swap some of those players out for ones who are, you know, really feeling it.
Exactly. The time zones for both of these teams are on like basically polar opposites. So it must be pretty early or pretty late for these guys.
Yeah, you have it being fairly late for Australia, but also fairly early for Canada. So at the end of the day, both teams are probably going to be feeling it in terms of, you know, exhaustion, being tired. Having to wake up early is never an easy task, I know this for sure. And then, you know, being awake late, not favorable for some people, but depends on the person really.
So far, both teams doing extremely well, hitting all of these really awkward jump patterns. But now we're getting into the first course. This is when things are really going to start ramping up.
Yeah, misses are definitely expected in a section like this. This is where the intensity really starts to build up. As you can tell from the whistle hits, they are absolutely glorious. These old maps offer a lot of those, but so far, all players getting through the... Ooh, Ominomi and Ryuke both dropping there pretty much at the same spot though. Once again, we're seeing players drop at practically the same moment.
But in terms of raw consistency, Australia is going to hold the lead.
Yeah, they do have that accuracy advantage to their name at the moment. This is pretty much the reverse of how it was on the other pick, where, you know, Paradisus, Canada was the one with the accuracy advantage, but the combos are in line. It's going to come down to any drop. Once again, this match is just ridiculous for that. Jordan the Bear missing on that stream. Not quite sure if that was an understream, overstream, or maybe just a miss aim in general, but either way, that's not looking good for Australia. This is going to go back in favor of Canada. Vinx is dropping there as well. This is going to give Australia another chance to make a comeback. The score difference is going to even out. We get into another break before the next intense section.
There's not too much of the map left around the quarter, so if they really want to secure this lead, they're going to have to do it now.
This one's gonna
Canada
get really
still-
close.
Nami
with
Nami
another
fucking
reset.
break. Canada still holding on to their lead. In fact, they're actually gaining a lead because of that break from Nami Nami.
Once again, Canada just riding this momentum hype train. They need to break in order for Australia to make any comeback here, but right now they are just soaring away with this victory. And at this point, it's going to be going to Canada. Jordan the Bear with a miss at the end there. This is all said and done. Bye-bye, beautiful to Australia. 4-0 in favor of Canada.
Vinxis and Stoof actually finding a break at the end, but it really doesn't mean anything. Canada taking yet another DT pick from Australia. What is going on?
Stoof once again with really, really solid accuracy, but finding a 1 miss. Ugity getting a really, really solid full combo with 99.4. Dummy also matching that FC along with Trev Rasher as well. Very solid performances from those.
You can even see the surprise in Australia with Doomy. What? Canada now having a 4-0 lead over Australia. They're just rolling with this game. You know, I was really expecting this match to be pretty close. I mean, there's still a chance for it to be really close, but that chance is getting smaller and smaller. Canada, they're just performing out of their minds right now, whereas Australia seems to be lacking in terms of their performance. They still have a chance to bring this back, but they're gonna have to do it now. It is Canada's picks though, so
Yeah, Canada, they have the opportunity to pick something again. So, you know, they've been doing really well on their picks so far. I don't know, man. Australia is backed into a corner.
I'm trying to like predict what kind of map that Canada would try to go for, because if I were to put myself into Canada's perspective, they really want to secure their victory. They don't want to give Australia any chance of really taking it back. But the question that needs to be answered is which map will give them the highest chance of winning over Australia, because now the map pool is starting to dwindle down slowly but surely. Australia as well, if I were to put myself into their perspective, they would just need to mainly make sure that they keep their mentality just straightened out for the rest of this tournament, because even though, like you said, they are basically cornered in their current position, they really need to pull it through if they want any chance of bringing it back.
Yeah, this is not an easy comeback situation for them. They are 4 points down. They have yet to get a point on the board right now. So they have to just keep their head straight and try and go with what they're strong at.
Exactly. But we are going to see the pick finalize, a hard rock pick on Wadatsumi? I'm terrible at pronunciation. Overall, this is a stream-oriented map with a couple of low BPM space streams. There is a few parts with weird rhythms, which could be missed potential for either team, really. But this is Canada's picks. We can assume that Canada really did their preparations for this map, so it's whether or not Australia can really pull it through and overtake it. I know Australia isn't really the best in terms of hard rock, but who knows? They really need to pull this through, and they really need this point. Can they take it away from Canada, though? I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, they have the opportunity to do this, but it's going to be a really, really hard take back from Australia. They have a few players capable of this kind of map, but it's hard to say if it's going to be pretty much like, 2 players against each other and then the other 2 players are kind of just, fending off on a map like this. This is a very tricky map for people that don't usually dive into the hard rock modification. But I think definitely some star players to look out for on a map like this would be Aza, Stoof, and Ugadi for sure. Blobby could also stand out as well. He's very well known for playing hard rock alone.
I think Stoof is definitely going to be the star player for Canada's side. Doomy finding an early break, but like I said, it is pretty early. Ugadi as well. Well, that's just going to give the initial lead to Canada, but I feel like that's mainly going to affect their mentality. They're starting to get really frustrated. They just need to hold it together and try to build up this combo for the rest of the match.
Yeah, Trevrash are finding a break as well, despite having Australia with 3 breaks, I think it was. Yeah, 3 breaks. They're actually taking this one back in terms of accuracy. You got Trevrasher and Ryuke struggling on 94, 95%. But with the combos, it's going to go back in favor of Canada, I believe. Trevrasher finding yet another miss though. This could swing either way at this point. This is going to be pretty much a test of accuracy. They have 3 full combos against 2. Aza finding a miss there. That's going to be That's going to be what Australia needs. But yeah, as you said, Blobby finding a miss. This is going to get really close to the end.
There's only a quarter of the map left. Australia is still holding on to their very solidified lead.
Getting into the very rhythm-focused section. Ugadi finding a miss there. Blobby finding yet another miss there as well. The scores are getting really close towards the end here. It could go back in favor of Canada. Stoof and Aza dropping at the end. This is going to go to Australia. They will be taking Canada's pick and getting their first point on the scoreboard. That was going to get really close.
That is exactly what Australia needs right now. Finally, taking a pick from Canada and getting a point on the board. Wow. Stellar performances on either team, but Australia does manage to bring it back.
Yeah, that was getting really, really close at the end there. And I mean, my predictions were entirely wrong. You had Ugadi, Aza, all with misses. Stoof, I believe, had a slider break, but still performed really well. Ryuke and Machine were actually the 2 FCs there, along with Dummy getting a very, very high combo and 1 slider break. But yeah, that's 4-1. Still in favor of Canada. Australia does have the opportunity to pick something, though. And they are going for Origami, the stream heavy pick.
There it is.
There it is.
It could be that they saw their performance on that most recent pick on Space Streams doing pretty well. They might want to try to push their luck.
Yeah, one thing to note about this map though is that it is a little bit more on the higher BPM side in comparison to the last one, so it is much more stamina. But the likes of Australia, they have been practicing their stamina recently, so particularly Grandy, he's been going hard when it comes to the stamina in particular. Blobby has always been a really, really good stream player. As for the side of Canada, I'm not too familiar with how their stamina fares, but I wouldn't count them out at all, honestly. Like, I would say Stoof is going to be very, very suitable for a map like this. Seems like he's always good when it comes to accuracy on streams and anything, really. Ryuke also has very, very good speed. So that probably translates into stamina as well.
But also on either team, we have insanely good DT players who are mainly used to the high BPM range. But in terms of stamina base for long streams, sometimes it doesn't really carry over. But in terms of raw speed, they definitely have it on both teams. But stamina, though, that's the question, whether or not they can really hold it on for the entire duration of the match.
Yeah, and we're going to be getting into this one very shortly, so we'll be able to see how both of these teams do fare on this stamina-heavy pick. Another thing to mention as well is that there is very, very big fail potential at the end of this map. We did see that happen in the Netherlands match earlier. I believe it was Vivelium failing and actually giving the point to Hong Kong due to.
That was really unfortunate.
Yeah.
Ooh, early breaks.
Yeah, early breaks on both sides. Stoof and Grandy dropping right at the beginning, but nothing too crucial. Once again, though, we're seeing pretty much combo resets at similar points for both of these teams. This has been like the theme of this match so far. Besides that last Hard Rock pick, like, I mean, misses were pretty much happening all over the place, but in terms of the accuracy at the moment, though, this is going well in favor of Australia. They have about a nearly 100,000 point lead. Dummy with a miss there, though, on that one jump. That one small jump catching him off guard. The lead is still in favor of Australia, but with that miss, that's going to go back towards Canada.
Now we're starting to get into the real stream sections. This is going to be the real test for stamina. And every single player manages to pull it through.
Yeah, that is the lead going back to Canada, but it's going right back to Australia as Squapple misses. Grandy, Senpai, Vinx dropping as well. Oh my goodness, this is going all over the place. Grandy with yet another miss. But it's still in favor of Australia at the moment. They do have that accuracy advantage going for them. That is the one big thing. Along with the combos. Vinxus, Grandy, Oogie. Oh my goodness! So many fails potential. We see Vinxus and Stoof.
That is unfortunate.
That was really close for both teams. You just saw so many misses happening at once.
I don't know what to say. I'm speechless. I'm not gonna lie.
Very smart pick from Australia there, because that was a test of stamina, and it did seem like Canada just ran out right at the end where it mattered the most.
I mean, they still had the lead even before that last stream, but those two fails really solidified it. It was over.
Yeah, nonetheless, very solid performance from almost all the players, but no FC coming in.
It seems like Australia is finally stepping up their game. This could be exactly what they need to really take back the lead.
Yeah, here we are now with Australia getting that momentum train going. Looks like they've finally found their calling. But this is Canada's pick, so they may be able to go for something that they're comfortable on.
Exactly. Even though Australia still managed to take 2 leads in a row from Canada, Canada still has the lead by 2 points, so...
Oh boy, and we're getting into this one. Not a Shiko Color Heart. This one is a very, very, very tricky alternate map.
You know, when I first saw this map in the map pool, I thought it was originally going to be the highest difficulty, and I was... I was really surprised, but it is the second highest difficulty. Not nearly as hard, but it's still very hard in terms of just raw alternating skill. So it's going to be a challenge for both of these teams, but whether or not we can see players actually hold a combo throughout it, well, I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, from like a map pool perspective, the top diff is really, really nice overall, but the intro is something that is very scary. I mean, could you imagine putting it in a pool and then having a team fail right at the beginning of the map?
Exactly.
It's a rare sight that it would happen with players of this caliber. You know, when you're performing on the grand stage, you know, it's not expected at all. But like, if you were to put that in a pool and then have a team fail right at the beginning, that's so anti-hype.
All right, it seems like we're going to be finally getting into this pick. For Australia, they really want this pick if they want to secure their momentum and just like keep going through it. But Canada knows that and wants to put Australia and stop them in the tracks. So it's going to be a very crucial map right here.
Yeah, not only that, but this is a really, really tricky map. We're seeing early misses coming in from Ryuke and Grandy as well. But this map features so many tough patterns. players usually struggle on a lot of alternate maps as it is, but this one is one that has a lot of really tricky patterns. Even if you are very good at these kinds of maps, you're going to struggle a fair bit. Grandy with another miss as well. Going ever so slightly in favor of Canada right now, but still plenty of opportunity for a comeback. This is a fairly long map. Lots of missed potential. Vinx just dropping. Oh my goodness, what is happening to him?
Vinx just had his mouse buttons enabled.
Maybe? I don't know, it seemed like a little tiny little bit of tilt there or something, but yeah, I mean, if you had your mouse buttons enabled, I would be on that.
So that's going to give the lead over to Australia, but now we're getting into the first course section. So far, Australia is still holding on to the lead pretty well, but Vinx is finding another break. Grand Senpai. More breaks from Vinx's and the machine. I think we can start to see the frustration building up.
Oh my goodness, though. You've got Stoof dropping as well, though. Once again, this is another like combo reset city for both teams. It's well in favor of Australia right now, but they need to hold on to their full combos. Urgity is holding on to an SS as well as Azer, so it's pretty much SS battle against each other. This is just so neck and neck in terms of combos.
And
like you're seeing
there it
resets.
is.
Just seeing
He
resets
actually dropped his
happen.
accuracy a little bit. No longer having the SS.
Oh, there goes the curse, but oh well. I mean, still very solid performance from both of them. They're pretty much matching each other in terms of the combos and even accuracies in some parts, but
Still, it is past the halfway point. This is where the combos are really going to start to matter.
this is where we might see some breaks potential. And Azer is also dropping there. So there goes his SS, as well as his full combo. Urgity and Dummy both dropping there as well, though. That is not looking good for Australia. Ryuke is holding onto a solid combo, along with Vinxus and still building up combos, but Machine and Grandy are also holding onto some combos. Ryuke dropping there. Once again, matching the combos. Machine and Grand dropping. Vinxus dropping. Stoof is the only person holding onto a combo, but I don't think there's enough time. Unless we see Australia constantly missing all over the place, which is possible on a map like this.
And this part is just a free combo. I don't think we're going to be seeing any more breaks from here. This section is extremely easy compared to the rest of the map. The lead is still going slightly in favor of Canada, ever so slightly, but Australia is still holding on to it. If they can just hold on to this this lead just a little bit longer, they'll be able to secure it. And there it is. Australia taking a 3rd point from Canada. Is looking really well for them right now.
Yeah, they are riding that momentum train at the moment. They are just building it back up, picking themselves back up off the ground. And it's just like, once again, that was really, really close. That could have almost gone back in favor of Canada just based on Stoof's combo at the end there. Both having Urgity and Dummy drop at the exact same point was just like so scary for Australia because Ryuke was still holding on, but then Ryuke also dropped and it was just pretty much a battle between the 400 combos after that point.
Exactly. Well, it seems like we found the problem on Vinx's side. He did have mouse buttons enabled, and that was pretty frustrating for him at the beginning. That could have played into it, but even in the rest of the map, he was still struggling, so it's really hard to say whether or not it really impacted the score in the long run.
Yeah, I mean, that miss at the beginning could have probably made a big difference, but at the end of the day, like, you know, you got to double check these things just to be sure. Because yeah, he must have accidentally hit his F10 key or something like that along the way. Maybe like hitting his friends list or something.
Ooh, we're seeing this map. Yes, this is the map I was really looking forward to. Blue Dragons, old classic.
Take you for a ride. Here we go. Are you ready for the ride, Beast? I'm ready for the ride.
Oh, I am ready for the ride. Don't take it in a weird way, please.
I definitely just did, but that's okay. Getting into this match though. I'm expecting a lot of Hard Rocks as expected. We've seen it from pretty much all of the teams so far. But we may see the hidden. It could be a rare sight. But I think honestly most players are going to want to go for that comfort hidden Hard Rock. Just to be on the safe side. If you do, obviously, of course, go for Hard Rock.
It is a map that has pretty low AR in terms of node density. So the node density in general is just like super high. So I would definitely assume a lot of players opting for Hard Rock just to have that extra bonus for reading confidence.
Yeah, most definitely. This makes Hard Rock just makes this map so much more comfortable because there's a lot less notes on the screen. As you mentioned, the density is something to really note when playing this with no mod or hidden. You have a lot of density to deal with, and density can be awful when it comes to playing with the hidden modification, because obviously you have to deal with keeping track of all the nodes as they disappear. But we're actually seeing quite a good mix of mods at the moment. We're seeing 2 Hard Rocks from the side of Australia, along with 2 hidden. We have 1 hidden and 2 Hard Rocks, and I'm not quite sure what the last mod is at the moment. We're getting to that. 2 hidden. Whoa, 2 hidden. Pretty much mod match right now.
It's pretty even.
Grandy is at a bit of a trend going on with missing at the beginning. Yuki-chan also responding with one though as well. Could be one of those situations where you sort of break the first map. Maybe it's nerves, maybe it's not. Blobby also getting a miss though as well.
We're finding misses all over the place. Machine contributing to the mix, but Canada is going to hold the lead for now. Emphasis on the for now.
This is still a very, very long map. A lot of potential for, this to go either way, but for Australia's pick, they're not looking too hot on it right now. I mean, we see Ugadi is the only person still holding on to a full combo. And we're, what, 300 combo into the map? Not even?
I'm not gonna lie, looking at this screen is just so weird. I'm used to all those screens being the exact same. Having some of the screens flipped with the Hard Rock modification has me uber confused.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, having to see backwards maps almost. That's another thing as well for players that aren't people that are tuning into this stream and don't really know. Hard Rock actually turns the map upside down, increases the approach rate, which usually results in lower density for most maps, depending on whether or not the approach rate valuables change. And then on top of that, it also makes the accuracy requirement a little bit harder. But on a map like this, most players do tend to find Hard Rock a lot easier because, I don't know, density is just something that some people struggle with. But with that said, we are actually seeing a lot of combo resets, especially from the side of Canada at the moment. Combo resets all over the place. Machine and Ugadi are holding onto the highest combo for the side of Australia with 200. And Canada has Stoof and Yuki both on 200 as well.
Canada right now holding a very, very good lead over Australia. If Australia really wants to continue their momentum and bring it back, they're going to need to hold on to what few combos that they have right now. But Blavi isn't really responding too well to it, dropping his combo. Blavi's just struggling to hold a combo right now.
Yeah, it's hard to say if this is a mentality thing. I mean, he's probably expecting a much better performance from himself on this map, but he's just not getting the performance that he wants. So if he's not seeing that, could result in some player tilt, but nonetheless, Stoof is holding on really strong along with Yuki and Machine, Ugadi, Grandy, Aza, but they're seeing some drops right at the end here. Machine and Yuki dropping, but it's already in favor of Canada. That is them taking away Australia's pick, and now they have an opportunity to seal it out. We're at match point.
Match point for the rest of the game. Australia losing a crucial pick for them on their own map. That's not going to be good for them because now Canada is going to be able to pick what could potentially be the last map of the game. Australia now having their backs against the wall. They're going to have to basically work with what they have. It's in Canada's favor right now.
This is where the nerves really start to build up because, you're at match point. This is going to be, win or lose situation right now. And regardless of whether or not you win the next 2 points, you still have a tiebreaker to deal with. And on top of that, they're at match point when it's Canada's pick. Canada have the opportunity to pick something that Australia might not be favorable on. Or perhaps something that Canada is just comfortable at regardless. Could we see
Exactly.
something like Entrance or Identity? That's
Oh
something
god,
that I'd
the
be looking
AR8. The AR8s are always a ride to look forward to.
I'm curious to see which direction they're going to go in. I think their safest choices, Canada's safest choices right now, would probably be to go for Entrance or maybe Pandemonium. But a potential pick could also be Fremont 3. I don't think they're going to want to go for the Hollywood Galaxy Hard Rock pick. Small circles, when you're pretty much at the point of winning, it's going to be scary, but at the same time, they might be able to abuse Australia's nerves in this situation. And we are seeing Identity Part 3!
Oh
boy.
My. This one is
be-
going to be a really, really interesting match right here. We did see in our previous match, actually, both teams struggling to maintain a combo and just underperforming in general, but Canada coming in with this pick, it seems like they're going to be pretty confident, but the real question is whether or not Australia will be able to pull it through. I mean, for most teams, they tend to fall short on AR8 and usually tend to ban it, but Australia, with well-seasoned tournament players on their side, really hope that they're going to be able to bring this back.
I will tell you one thing right now, that I actually believe that Australia might have an ever so slightly stronger lineup for this map. And that's probably very surprising when you're talking about an AR8 pick, but when it comes to Grandy, Machine, they love to play their old style AR8 maps. Lunares is also a hidden main, so there's that to him. And then you have Dummy, who I believe kind of falls into the category of playing almost everything. I know that he's fairly familiar with this map. I'm not sure whether or not he likes to treat it as a hidden pick or a double time pick, but that's probably up to him. As for Canada, I only know of Aze's performance on a map like this, but I think he's going to do really well. The rest of the players, it's going to be a surprise for me.
I do know Ryu K puts a lot of practice into the AR8s just to make sure that he performs well. Normally, like if he was just to sight read it, he's not really the best, but I know Ryu K really spends a lot of his time practicing the pool, so I'm pretty confident on Ryu K's performance.
Yeah, most definitely. A map like this definitely requires a lot of practice, but I mean, if you've been playing so many different maps that aren't like this, you're not going to get much of an opportunity to practice a map like this just before it happens.
Exactly.
So he's been in for almost every map, like Double Time, Hard Rock, you name it. But yeah, this map is pretty much a very reading heavy map, a lot of density involved, but not only that, slow streams are the thing. It requires a lot of control and also reading. Right now we're seeing Vinx is having all sorts of trouble at the moment with some of these stream patterns.
Doomy finding a break as well. It's really too early to say who really has the lead, but Azer and Ryuk breaking, that's going to give Australia a huge lead. At least for the start. There's still plenty of map left, but
yeah, it's not looking good for Canada at the moment. They have 3 full combos against 1 right now. And not only that, but this is probably one of the more comfortable sections for some of the players. We might see some of the misses coming up on these jump stream sections, but
seems like Vinx is just really struggling to just hold on to a combo right now.
you have to wonder if this is a really risky pick for Canada. Maybe they're just underestimating the ability of Australia's AR8 hidden,
Possibly.
because they might not be too familiar with the players as well.
But right now, Australia has a extremely large lead over Canada. Grand Senpai, oh my goodness, we're seeing breaks all across the board. Grand, Doomy, Lunaris, and Ryuk breaking.
But yeah, it's not going to be enough at this point. We're pretty much at that point of the map where it's all said and done. But one thing I do want to point out on this map is Aza's accuracy is actually phenomenal.
Oh, I didn't even realize.
99.83, 2 100s, and a miss. That is insane accuracy. Really, really solid performance from the Australian side, though, in terms of those combos. Yuki-chan also building it up as well, but yeah.
We can see that frustration coming in from Vinx's side in the chat. Honestly, I can understand it. He was just struggling to hold any sort of combo on this map. Really unfortunate. But this is exactly the point that Australia needs. Now, it's still match point for Canada, but they are finally going to be able to pick the last map of the match before heading into the tiebreaker. If Canada can win this map pick against Australia, they will be our winner for the quarterfinals against Australia. But if Australia can just hold on just a little bit longer, they'll be able to make it to the tiebreaker and might get a chance to finally take it back.
I think one big question that is being raised right now is what pick does Australia go for?
Entrance of the jungle, please.
Entrance of the jungle. We all want to see it, but
Please.
I would have to say I don't know if that's their best pick. When you're picking entrance of the jungle into the likes of Ryuke, Aiza, it's pretty risky territory. But if you're also feeling very nervous, going for that Hollywood Galaxy is also a big risk. But they're going for 3-3. It is a fairly safe choice overall, but this one is pretty tame for the most part. I don't expect any hard rocks from it, but if we do see a hard rock, that'll be a big surprise. Hard to say which one this could go in favor of. I think both teams are going to be fairly evenly matched on this.
Well, I'm definitely going to say I'm not looking forward to seeing any hard rock picks on this map, mainly because it has a lot of one of those anti-aim jumps. So I can't really see hard rock being that viable of an option. I'm going to definitely see hidden going to be a pick for the majority of the players, but whether or not players are comfortable with that, that's the real question. I could be underestimating these players though. I mean, a lot of players in this tournament have insanely good aim potential, so we could be seeing hard rock, but I still doubt it.
I think when you've got this much on the line, like right now, if you're in Canada's situation, you have a win on the line right now. If you're in Australia's situation, you have a win and a tiebreaker on the line right now. Like, they're not going to risk it. There's no way these two teams will risk something like that. I think the here free mods were a bit of a risk, but yeah, we're not. I really doubt we are going to see hard rock for this. We're probably going to see 2 no mod, and 2 hidden for both sides. I think that would be the safest choice.
Exactly. Overmodding on this map is going to be very well. This deep into the match already, overmodding is going to be very risky. Too much of a risk to even go for. So. This is the last map before the tiebreakers, though. So I was really expecting a close match, and it seems like we're finally getting it 5-4.
All right, this could be the potential last map, or we could see a tiebreaker. What is it going to be? I think at this point we all want to see a tiebreaker. This match is... honestly, this match has been as close as expected. Both of these teams, really good teams overall. Like, we're seeing it right now. Both of these teams have had players pretty much dropping at similar spots. There's been a couple of maps which have gone well in favor of the other one, but yeah. Insane match so far, nonetheless.
In terms of raw, what's it called? In terms of mod pick, though, it seems like we were right. 2 hidden picks on either team with no hard rocks. It's really in that zone where you really don't want to take any risks whatsoever. But Doomy finding an early break, though, that's going to give the initial lead over to Canada. But it's still too early to say for the rest of the map yet. It seems like all the players were able to hit the linear jump patterns at the start, which I feel like it was the most awkward portion of it. Doomy actually hitting all of them as well, only missing on, I believe, a trip, something like that.
Yeah, it's just... this is looking very bad for Australia at the moment. I don't think the players are going to struggle too hard with the rest of this map, but we could see some potential misses coming in. Dummy is going to need to hold on to a combo along with all of Australia. We're going to need to see probably 1 or 2 breaks from Canada in order for any form of comeback.
And we're back.
Well, having some troubles there.
On Yuki-chan.
Yeah, Yuki-chan dropping there, but they still need to see another break in order for any comeback at the moment. Bit of a knack drop from some of the players.
Like the client is having some issues. Technical difficulty.
Bit of a knack drop from the client. Azer and Trevrash are dropping there. This is going well back in favor of Australia.
No. What is going on?
At this point, with the amount of client lag, I don't know what's real and what's not, but I think that this is going in favor of Australia, and we are probably going to see a tiebreaker right now. It is 3 full combos against 1, along with Dummy having 600 combo.
This map doesn't even have that much fail potential towards the end, so we could be seeing it right here. Australia taking the last point against Canada before going into the tiebreaker. Yuki-chan also breaking. I think that solidifies. It'd be extremely uncharacteristic to see fails from either of the teams, so I think that's it, dude.
We are going to a tiebreaker, unless any fails happen right at the end here. Oh, wait. That's not a disconnection, is it?
I don't know. What
Don't
is
tell me
going
it's
on?
a fail or a disconnection, please.
Assuming
this
those two
point,
players didn't die. Oh,
Yeah, assuming they weren't disconnections, I think we are going to a tiebreak. We're seeing the tiebreaker between Canada and Australia. This match, oh my goodness. This match, so close. So ridiculously close.
It's actually insane how Australia managed to bring it back this far already. Canada, at the start of this match, having a 4-0 lead. Yet Australia, despite being that pushed back into a corner, manages to bring the lead back and is now facing off against Canada in the tiebreaker.
Yeah, we've got Countdown to the Blue. This is a map that most of these players are pretty familiar with, I would say. Some, if you're not, you're definitely familiar with it by now, because you would want to have practiced the tiebreaker coming to this. But I know for a fact that Azer has played this map a fair bit. I think he actually went for a global leaderboard score at some point. But this is going to be very interesting and also very exciting.
I mean, this map is not easy by far. I mean, it has a little bit of basically everything. It has jumps, streams, various types of streams, including jump streams, space streams. It has all sorts of triples all over the place. This map is no easy task for an FC, but we're dealing with the OWC. We have some of the best players in the world right here competing. So this is going to be a very interesting map to see.
Yeah, this map is pretty much going to test absolutely everything that these players are capable of, and it's just going to be so exciting. Like, every time it comes to a tiebreaker, I always get excited, no matter what, because
Exactly.
it just already shows that the match is really, really close. But I mean, we've seen this match start with Canada 4-0 up, and Australia managing to pull that back. They have managed to get 5 points in the space of Canada getting 1 point.
That's a comeback if I've ever heard one, but if they want to secure this comeback, Australia needs to take this tiebreaker. Canada, though, it seems like they haven't been performing well too much recently. I mean, at the start of the match, they were performing out of their mind, taking so many different picks from Australia, but this last tiebreaker is what will determine it all.
Yeah, Canada definitely had the momentum train going right at the beginning, but it looks like it's kind of died down a little bit. This might go in favor of Australia based on how much they brought it back. I honestly can't tell though. Both of these teams have been just going wild. Like, you know, we've seen the hype train from Canada at the start, now it's the hype train from Australia, but these two hype trains are going to clash, and we're going to see it right here on this tiebreaker.
And here we go. We have started. Here we go, in the start of the map. It's starting off pretty slow though, so can't really imagine anyone dropping their accuracy too much, or even dropping their combo. If anyone drops their combo, I'd be fairly disappointed.
You can't do that to them, man. Nerves can do anything. You would be surprised. You might
That's
have
true.
the opportunity to shake off any kind of note.
That
But
is true.
I understand. These players should be pretty used to these kinds of nerves by now, and not only that, like, you would have had Australia in the situation where they were at match point, they were probably feeling the nerves. Now it's on the side of Canada probably feeling the nerves as well. So you've got two teams on pretty much even playing field in terms of, you know, any nerves that may occur on these kinds of maps. But we have Ugadi with the early miss here.
Stu finding a break as well. Machine.
Yeah. Not a good start for Australia, but there's plenty of potential for any comeback. Not to mention as well, this is a tiebreak, and we actually do see Yuki-chan and Aza going for hidden, also Machine going for hidden. So players going for their comfort mods in this situation. As I did say, we see quite a lot of hidden names specifically, so, you know, they're going to go for the mod that they find comfortable or enjoyable. Once again though, Machine finding another miss, Blobby dropping there as well. This is not looking good for Australia, with Dummy being the only full combo against 3.
Even though we are seeing a lot of breaks, this map is extremely long, clocking in at around 6 minutes. So you got plenty of time to really come back and build up a combo again. But right now, Canada is going to have the advantage for the beginning of the map. But whether or not they can really hold onto their combos and clinch it for the victory, that's gonna be a hard feat to achieve. Doomy did see a break earlier on, but Canada's just rolling with the lead, and they can see it in this break period right now. As you can see all of the scoreboards, Canada is feeling really confident right now.
Yeah, getting into that break, Australia seeing that they have no full combos on this map anymore. It's probably going to be very, very nerve-wracking for them, for sure. One thing that I would like to mention as well is that Aza has actually been pretty well known for, you know, full comboing a lot of tiebreakers in situations where he knows the map. We've seen it with United in previous OWCs. Could we see it on this one? He seems to be holding on strong right now. No signs of stopping anywhere.
These full combos like Canada are really carrying their team right now. Australia, unfortunately, not having any full combos to their name. But if they can just hold it through with their current combos and just hope for a break from Canada, like from Stu just now, they might be able to bring it back. But currently, the score is still in favor of Canada. Oh, Yuki-chan finding a break. That's going to be detrimental. That could be exactly what Australia needs to bring this back.
Machine also did respond with a miss, but we have Aza holding onto a full combo here. Not only that, but a mod advantage against Ugadi, who has the next highest combo in Australia. Aza is the only full combo in this entire match at the moment. Ugadi is holding on really, really strong, but Australia needs to hold on to these combos through this tough section. This is one of the solos, and misses are expected here. Aza is dropping though! Ugadi is holding on through that!
That is not good for Canada. Stoof also finding a break.
Yeah, Australia is holding on to 3 4-digit combos against Ryuke at the moment.
And it is past the halfway point.
Ugadi finds a miss right before the slow section though.
What is going on? That was right before the slow section as well. This is basically free combo and Ugadi just threw it away.
Yeah, he has to be kicking himself for that one, but he knows that his team has some high combos. I wouldn't count it out right now.
Canada still has around 100,000 point lead, but with these combos coming in right now, I'm not sure if that will stay. Canada's still holding the lead though. Around a quarter of the map left. There's still time for Australia to bring this back, but they need to hold their combos and they need to hope for Canada to break.
Yeah, if Ryuke happens to drop... Ryuke drops there though! Oh my goodness, that is the biggest curse I have ever done in my entire life.
This is not good for Canada.
That was a really uncharacteristic miss though, but Blobby also responding with a miss. Dummy is the only 4-digit combo at the moment.
Dummy, break!
What is this match right now? Machine is the only player holding onto a high combo, but he drops as well!
On?
All combos have been reset! Stoof!
This could be exactly
combo.
what Canada needs to secure their victory. They need to hold their combo right now. Machine dropping again. Azer? It's so
At
close.
this point, I think I need to stop talking about players, man. This is ridiculous. Players are just dropping left, right, and center. Stoof is holding onto a 600 combo. No, I'm kidding.
The map is starting to die down. The intense
yeah,
parts
we're
are
at the point.
finally starting to go.
We're at the point where there is no more combo left to salvage for Australia. This is going to go in favor of Canada, but what a tiebreaker this has been.
Oh my god.
Stoof the Madman is just holding on at the end here, doing what needs to be done for Canada.
Wow, and that's it. That's it. That's literally it. Unless someone fails on there's no way. Okay.
Just the thing is, they were holding on to such high combos, all of them, and then they all had uncharacteristic misses, like on just a simple jump section. Ryuke also dropping at the end there.
All right, Rike, come on, dude.
But what happened there? Like, we had Blobby, Dummy, Ryuke all holding on to 4-digit combos, and then they just drop on fairly simple jumps. Like, those were really random, uncharacteristic misses.
We saw crazy combo resets across the board during the middle section as well. This map in general is just so close. This map has been insane. Yuki-chan, though, only having a couple of slider breaks in this match. Wow. I'm speechless.
I have no words after that. 6-5 in favor of Canada. They went hard. I can't believe that.
I'm not gonna lie. I was really hoping for Australia to bring it back. I mean, it makes for like a great story, right? You're down 4-0, and Australia has their backs against the wall. They're up against this giant Team Canada, and if they could really pull it back, that would be a story to tell. But Canada stops it in its tracks, takes the tiebreaker, and we'll be moving on. I mean, Australia still has a chance in the losers bracket, so.
What a match, though, honestly. Like, that was insane overall. I mean, we saw, like, it did seem like Australia had a little bit of trouble at the beginning, you know, picking themselves up. They managed to bring it back to a tiebreaker, but it got so close at the end, and just, you know, they had the combos there. But those random misses, that just changed it all.
Exactly. Oh, wow. What a match.
Actually insane. But yeah, Canada will be going into the winners bracket for semi-finals. Australia will be dropping into the losers bracket. And I'm not entirely sure who they face.
I believe the winner of UK versus Brazil? I could be wrong though. Absolutely stellar performances from both sides on this match, but I do believe that is going to be the last match for today.
Yeah, that is all the matches that we have for today. We will be back tomorrow with more. As you can see, we've got Taiwan versus USA coming up next in about 10 hours, I think that is. I don't know. Can't quite see.
Don't ask me. I don't even know the schedule myself. I'm sorry.
Yeah, about 10 hours from now, we've got Taiwan versus USA, and then 11 hours. Straight after that, you have Korea versus China, followed by Russia and Romania much later on, and then Denmark, Germany, and UK, Brazil as well. Just really, really hype matches overall. What are your thoughts on some of these upcoming matches, Beast?
I am excited, to say the least. Taiwan versus USA. I mean, I'm a huge USA supporter, USA fan, but still, that match is going to be very exciting to watch. The United States facing off against Taiwan. But there are also a couple other matches as well to keep an eye out. UK versus Brazil. I mean, UK has proven themselves to be an extremely large competitor in terms of OWC, especially in the past as well. So there's a lot of matches to look forward to here. Definitely.
Yeah, without a doubt. A lot of really, really close matchups, I would say. I'm really looking forward to Denmark versus Germany, to be honest, because as much as Denmark didn't really have the best time, they did get to tiebreak last time round. But, I mean, their team overall has just been performing really well throughout the group stage, and I'm really looking forward to seeing like a stellar performance from them against Germany, and hoping for a close match in that one. That's probably one of my really exciting matches coming up. But overall, all these matches are going to be good. We will be closing this one out But yeah, more matches tomorrow, guys. See you then in 10 hours for Taiwan versus USA. My name is Kano, and I was joined by Beast for this match. Thanks for watching.
Thank you guys so much for having us. We'll see you guys tomorrow. See you guys.